at the University of Alabama, originally from Louisville, Kentucky, just in the suburbs in Goshen, ranked 5th in the world and having a fantastic year. The flag man is pointing straight forward.
On the tee from Florida, Dustin Johnson.
Justin only hit 4 fairways yesterday, so a good start for him. Meanwhile, Dustin, the problem wasn't this club, it was the putter yesterday. 36 putts for DJ, 2 top 2s in this event through the years.
On the tee, our 2020 PGA champion from California, Collin Morikawa.
That 2020 PGA Championship was his first start in this event. And then he would win his first start in the Open, too. He's now ranked 4th in the world. Good start for Thomas and Morikawa there.
No doubt, and a nice sign there. Those balls actually moved forward after they hit the ground.
Good point. We didn't have any rain yesterday, and we don't expect any today either. Morikawa, as always, in the fight in a major. 1 under par 70 yesterday, showing off some short game magic here.
Played a loose second shot. Guys, we're having trouble with that second shot at 15 yesterday.
Behind the green in the rough at 17.
Chased a 5-iron through the green. See what it cost him. Nothing.
He was 2 under coming to the home hole, missed the fairway off the tee and was too aggressive. Just trying to lay up.
Insane.
Laid up in the water.
You heard him, laid up in the water.
Inexplicable.
Head scratching there, but taking double bogey, so actually 3 under going to the last, and then that double to finish at 1 under par. Let's go out to my favorite Nashvilleian, Ned Michaels, who's on the ground once again for us today. Ned, you just heard Brooksy say there's a little roll out there in the fairway today.
You know what? He is absolutely right. One of the things that the players talked about yesterday was just how slow the golf course played. Not necessarily because of all the rain, but the greens were a little softer. They were more receptive than we saw on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm expecting them to firm up. They turned the sub-air on, and I think the approach shot, the ability to have the ball in the fairway. Justin Thomas, as you mentioned, only hit 4 fairways yesterday. He had more birdies than he did fairways, more birdies than he did greens hit. So he's going to have to organize his game. A good start here at the 10th. One thing I want you to pay attention to, looking down at the rough. So yeah, it's thick, but there's no moisture in it. Yesterday it had heavy dew. It was difficult to play out of. So I think you're going to see some better shots out of the rough early. And with this light, Brooksy, it's that perfect overcast light where you can see the greens and the break and the grain. I think we're going to see a lot of made putts in the next couple of hours.
I'm sure you're dead on out there. Ned, thanks for getting out and bringing us way closer to the action.
So it'll take a big hit to get home here in 2 today. As we see what's left here at this par 5, and you said it, Mark, that is, in my opinion, the most challenging hole location on this green. There's, as you see, very little room to the right, and it goes away from you once it gets past the hole.
for 280, less 45, 235. Sorry.
There's a new partnership we're listening to here. This is just the 6th round Collin Morikawa and Joe Greiner have had together. Joe now caddying for Collin. Joe has won here as a caddy with his great friend Max Homa. Max's first PGA Tour win came here 6 years ago. Joe also won a few weeks ago with Justin Thomas filling in for his caddy, so a lot of success for him through the years, Ned.
Indeed. Morikawa has a 9-wood in play that he wielded well yesterday. Also a 5-wood. That was the more lofted of the two, playing for position.
And that's a good position, Mark, on the extreme left portion of the fairway.
Did you say 9 wood?
There was a 9er in there, yes.
Interesting. It's probably not your garden variety golf shop 9 wood. I'm gonna say.
Go up.
Dustin Johnson was in the rough, Ned, and has already played.
He has. He moves quickly. Yesterday had a ball striking round going through 11. They misread a putt on 11. He 3-putted from about 10 feet, and on the way to the clubhouse tacked on a few more 3-putts.
Matt Minister has been on the bag for Justin Thomas for over a year now. Was injured a few weeks ago, missed the Masters and the win at the RBC Heritage, and Joe Greiner filled in for him. Ned, can JT get home from here?
Absolutely. They can capture that front edge. It's 290 all the way to the flag, 293.
On the left side up the hill.
Not even really looking at the, you're just the very edge of the green.
Yeah.
Like hitting one, like those stairs.
Yeah, that's a great
kind of
finish.
like, yeah, right at basically a straight one, maybe just falling right.
In the rough or the bunker is very doable.
Yeah.
Good.
But he told me on Wednesday he carries the 3-wood, Brooksy, 275 yards. So that will get to the front edge.
Anywhere but right. Virtually.
And this headed towards the left of the green.
He's a wizard with a wedge, and he'll need to be there.
Left about 50 yards.
Well, Ned said it. 4 fairways and 4 greens yesterday, and made more birdies than fairways and greens hit, because in part he was showing off with the shortest clubs in his bag.
I think he hit his spot here. Grazed the edge.
Just 23 putts in the round. At 15.
2 nice plays to put it in that front bunker, which was a really nice spot yesterday. He didn't disappoint.
Almost went in the water at 16. The ball stayed up, and he took advantage.
Hoisted very high.
Hardest hole on the golf course yesterday. Thomas made birdie. When he did hit a fairway, this happened. And when you saw it come to rest there, you thought there's no way he could play this. Oh, yes, he can. Dustin Johnson, his third shot into the par 5 here.
Right at 120.
Carried it about 25, right on the downslope, about 125. You can see that pin's basically up on a little shelf.
That will be one of the slowest putts on the golf course, too. Going uphill for Johnson's birdie putt. Now Morikawa.
Well, you factor in ball a little bit above his feet.
We get 10, 12 feet left. Yep. Just play the number you like playing, just 92. Yes, right now I do. All day.
Likely to trap it a little bit. 96 to the hole. See if he can carry it all the way there and still have it come to a stop by the cup.
Pretty nice hop forward on that one, Ned.
Little bit of bounce in these greens.
Deluge of rain, almost 5 inches. Earlier in the week, Sunday and Monday were washouts. Tuesday we had some rain, a little bit on Wednesday, but a dry Thursday. And we have a beautiful forecast for today as well.
Brooksy, this is an inviting situation here for JT. Call it 50 yards to the hole, but that number is pretty irrelevant. This is all feel, visualization. A little low skipper in there would do.
Play for one big hop. Almost.
Such a tough hole location, Mark, as he just about one hop this in the hole.
I suspect he hit his spot. That's the angle he had. He didn't have a ton of green to work with the greens firming up. He wanted to be more left with that second shot.
We will keep you updated on the leaderboard. You might have been at dinner or watching hockey or basketball by the time Johnny Vegas finished last night, but Jonathan, how about that finish? Birding 7, 8, and 9 last night. Take this 2-shot lead into today.
I think he birdied 5 of the last 6.
He did. He birdied 4, 5, parred 6, birdied 7, 8, and 9.
Fellow Longhorn.
That's right.
University of Texas product.
2-shot lead over the Tar Heel, Ryan Gerard. Cam Davis just made an early bogey this morning. Here's Vegas' scorecard. Coming home in 30.
And his background and history is worth a read.
He is one of the most impressive people you'll meet in the game. Beloved by everybody. Yeah, we referenced the Davis bogey. Tyrrell Hatton just made birdie in front of these guys on this hole, so Hatton now also tied for third. 51 feet to go here, Ned, for Dustin Johnson, and it requires a full shoulder turn.
And it's exactly what you wouldn't want for a man who had nearly 40 putts yesterday. It'll move. Again, get that drip speed. Anything inside of 4 feet here will work. Speed control, he kept coming up short. And that was was similar to what we saw yesterday.
Same putter, or did we bench the other boy?
I thought for sure we'd see the spider come out, but he's gone with the same weapon.
Four putt, couple of three putts. It was rough on the greens for the former #1 player in the world. And now Thomas had 13 less putts than Johnson, 23 in total, and could have learned something there, Ned.
Oh, absolutely, he learned something there. Only 2-putt that he had yesterday on the back nine was the final hole where he made bogey. Only needed 9 putts on the closing 9. Let's see if he can keep the 1-putt streak going here.
It's kind of hard to have a putt you got to rip right out of the box.
And Taylor, for all the things that Collin Morikawa did well yesterday, this was the part of the game that impressed me the most, his decisiveness on the greens. Full shots they would talk about for minutes, but on the green it was a quick, consolidated operation.
Just like that. Excellent start for Morikawa.
Paid off that beautiful wedge he judged so well into this green.
Brooksy, you think the wheels are turning here with DJ?
What? You just threw me in the grease there. I don't know which wheels you're talking about.
Look at, we've got a relatively straight uphill, not a whole lot to it, 5 feet. And we're aim pointing, both reading it. We've looked at it from 3 different angles.
Inside left.
I mean, right now you're saying, please go in, please go in.
There we go.
Pars for DJ and JT. Birdie for Morikawa. And we head to one of the most challenging holes on the golf course, Mark.
This one is a dog leg left. 464 yards today. You can see it narrows up. 24 yards is very tight even for these guys. Today's hole location is high on the right side of this plateau style green. Those white arrows are not really a false front, but again, being under the hole or hole high is an advantage here at Quail Hollow.
7th toughest hole yesterday, and already playing over par today. Morikawa on the tee.
It gets complicated if you miss the fairway. So many of these guys like to play left to right off the tee, and this is not very comfortable for them. And that's fine in the first cut. This entire golf course is overseeded in what's known as the Arnold Palmer rye grass. It comes out of Pennsylvania. It is pure.
Plays more shots than all of the world-class players. Can move it both ways, high, low.
fitting it into the fairway there. But the lesson would be he didn't try to shape it with the hole there. He just played the shot. Quite popular right now, this hard slider, slight fade. Dustin Johnson went to almost exclusively a fade quite a few years ago and had tremendous success. I'll assure you this will not hook. Three good ones. I like JT's position much better to this whole location.
Up ahead, Tyrrell Hatton just made another birdie. He's now tied for second. This is ESPN Plus. Lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Today's live odds are brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. JT 50-1, Morikawa down to 20-1 now. Opening birdie for Collin, and now is 2 under in total, 5 shots behind Jonathan Vegas, who tees off in under an hour. Tyrrell Hatton, a birdie start, is now tied for second. Morikawa with 176 yards left into the green here.
But no angle. He and DJ on the right side. DJ's in the short grass and Collin's in that step cut. It is sitting down a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. I agree. Well, we had a short flag fishing again, so.
We're going to find out what kind of intentions DJ has today. If he takes this on, he's feeling good about his golf swing. Requires a high drifting fade. And this is right at it.
Good shot. I think it'll come out.
Sounded maybe a groove skinny, but online.
This was the ball in the fairway. Yeah.
Okay, so we're trying to land at 69. Basically, anywhere on the tower.
Dustin
do I-
and Austin.
I mean, do I go stock full and just add a little bit of height?
No, I think that's probably a little too much.
Okay, so choke down. Perfect. Choke down stock then. I'm
Yep.
not going to mess with the height.
Okay, perfect. On the tower.
Mark, I find it so interesting that these two have only worked together 6 rounds now, and can they possibly know the game this well and how far he hits it?
Maybe.
Center of the green.
I would hope the player knows how far he hits it. Let's just start there. That came out a little hot.
And up against the primary rough. After a beautiful drive, Thomas from the middle of the fairway.
He'll be looking to carry this right at 150. Take one bounce. I don't know if he's going to go at it or not. He missed right here, and it's almost an automatic bogey.
Perfect. I like how he didn't try to overcut it off that lie with the ball above his feet. We'll see Collin will go ahead and play his fade, or try to play his fade regardless of the situation. Ball above the feet, below the feet. JT will play what I'm going to call the right shot way more than some of the other guys.
Play what the golf course gives you.
The lie, yes. Which I think is one of the reasons we saw so many poor fairway woods on 15. They're all trying to hit these cuts off of really big.
Tyrrell Hatton made birdie at 10 to start today. Brooksy,
Still not happy.
he's so nice to everyone but himself. Then on the 11th green, just a moment ago, in front of this group we're watching, knocks in another. He does smile when he's not playing golf.
And he's great.
He really is. He's a delightful guy to be around. He's so entertaining and hard on himself on the golf course. And make no mistake, a world-class player.
High standards. It's pretty obvious he's not very tolerant of mediocrity. Not many of these guys are out here.
Davis with an early bogey. Hatton with a couple of birdies. Adam Scott, an early birdie, is now tied for 9th at 3 under.
Mark, as I recall, you handled mediocrity beautifully.
I had to at some point because that's the best I would have. This might be the tightest hole location to an edge we've seen this week. A lot of these greens have little roll-offs, so they're not really able to put them 9-10 feet from the edge. This one happens to be 9 feet from the right collar.
Yesterday, Collin made a magnificent up and down, pinched up against the curb, and hit this low spinner. And if he goes with the same kind of shot, Brooksy, he'll have a lot of weight on his front foot, tremendous amount of shaft lean at address.
Well, the good news here is it is uphill all the way to the cup. Sounded a little heavy. You can see it's still up the hill there. Tyrrell just showed us what that putt does on the clip.
And this is where it came unwound yesterday for DJ. He and Austin were rating an 8-footer. Thought it was going to break to the right and actually broke to the left, and it just seemed to turn the white noise up in his brain. 3-putted here and then we've documented how the putting went the rest of the round. And as golf tends to do, Mark, when you have a glaring weakness, it seems to be you end up having to face that weakness multiple times throughout the round.
So true. He needs to get a couple things to go in, I would say, and I'm not being rude, but just to pique his interest.
I don't think there's any question. You know, you haven't been a factor in a major championship in almost 5 years, and shot 78 yesterday. Definitely needs something good to happen.
I don't even think going in, that seems like a giant leap right now. How about just get the speed a little bit better? Let's get a tap in here. Up, and then we'll take the crest of the hill and flatten out and pick up pace.
There's your tap in.
Baby steps, small victories, Mark.
And at number 12, their next hole actually has a fairly accessible hole location today, so kind of traded off. Made 14 the drivable hole quite a bit longer and gave them a much friendlier hole location at 12.
Meanwhile, as Justin Thomas steps in for his birdie attempt, his good buddy Jordan Spieth, who's teeing off back on the tee, eagled the 10th. So now to 3 over in total.
"13 feet.
This was where he did his cooking yesterday.
Again, not a ton in this.
Sure is confident with that club right now.
Not much in this, just a stroke tester. The rhythm has been so fluid, just the transition soft.
You're all over it, Ned. There's confidence with that stroke inside 10 feet from Morikawa. Thomas, of course, this birdie at 11 takes some momentum heading to the 12th tee. .443 yards. The first 2/3 down the hill. You don't have to hit driver here. You do need to hit the fairway. Today's hole location is 11 steps on the green. It's actually only a few paces over this big fall off in the front. If you hit the fairway, you can use the backstop there. Those white arrows will help you feed the ball back down to this hole location. You can see right there. This is one, if you do drive it down there, hit driver into the fairway, or at least a 3-wood, you can turn this into a birdie hole pretty quickly. One good swing.
And JT does have the Chief out. A little bit surprising, but clearly feeling much better about his golf swing today.
Yeah, his first two were carbon copy sliding, little tight sliders.
That's the money ball down the left side, just dripping off of
That's 3 in
the
a row.
rough line. Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Rory McIlroy is at this point, would deserve to be the player of the year in 2025, but Thomas might be next. Straka in that conversation, and if this guy gets a win, he joins into it as well.
Needs to hang on, needs a soft bounce to stay in the fairway.
It responded. Really perfect angle there. But we'll see. He will not play a draw into this whole location. My bet is.
Needs to cut, trying to get back to the fairway.
Almost.
Just in the primary, obviously. You can see that.
Clubhouse at Quail Hollow Club. Johnny Vegas is on the course in 35 minutes. From the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile, where the PGA professional Natalie Sheehan is working this week, and we send it to her.
Welcome back. We are here in Frisco at the PGA headquarters, and I want to share with everybody something that Justin Thomas works on in his golf swing. He is someone who likes to cut the golf ball, and I would tell you that a lot of the better players fight or want to prevent that ball from going left. So this is a great drill that those of you at home can use, and I'll show you in a second how, if you slice it, you can use this in a different way. But he simply sets up 3 golf balls in a row like I have here on the ground, and he practices making sure he does not hit these inside to outside golf balls. So what causes those left shots for these guys a lot of the time is the club getting too far underneath. So this makes it really easy to practice the club coming a little bit more out in front of them and swinging left, which helps the ball cut. So let's go ahead and hit one here like this. And that had a little bit of fade to it, which is exactly what we're looking for there. Now, if you slice it, you can change where the golf ball are sitting on a diagonal here like I just did. And now we can practice the club coming more from the inside. So if you struggle with over the top, we can do it this way to help you hit more of that draw shape. So this is a really simple way that you can fix your own golf swing.
Thank you, Natalie. She works down at Pelican Golf Club in Bel Air, Florida. Beautiful Gulf Coast just south of Tampa. Dustin Johnson might have to stay low here. We'll find out in just a moment. Thomas and Morikawa each in the fairway. Vegas teeing off in 30 minutes at 7 under. Hatton ahead of these guys is on the green. He's 5 under. Birdied the first 2. He just made par here. Ryan Gerard tees off at 2:26 this afternoon, also currently tied for second. And Mark, we were talking before we came on air this morning about Dustin Johnson's struggles in major championships the last handful of years. When he won the Masters 5 years ago in 2020, he was clearly the best player in the world. He did join Live Golf a few years ago. Now is 40 years old, but has not been a factor. As this was just a moment ago up on the green. That was the par putt for Hatton. He's been sensational with that club. Well, what are your thoughts about where DJ is now in his career?
Well, part of it's life. Kids, family. He's been doing it a long time. I think that's part of it.
Clean enough lie, but the tree absolutely a problem. He's going to have to go under or around it. And he just skirted it.
Hang on.
You said no way it stays on. And it didn't. That'll be an interesting 2-putt.
His wife Paulina, 2 children, Tatum and River Jones, you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Big Gamecocks fan, by the way. We'll get to that later. Here's Collin.
1 double 3 plus 3 up. He likes it.
He should.
Like he faded into that left location.
Well, JT can do anything he wants with this one. Just under 130 when you factor in the uphill. Only thing that makes this shot difficult is you're back into the sun, right into the rising sun. But this is right in the wheelhouse.
Call shot would be some kind of tight draw. Still landing left of the hole. You can see his ball didn't move. Hold on. That is on the precipice. Another uphill putt. Perfect.
Man, he watched that closely, because if it goes a few more feet, then it goes into a collection area. But as you said, it's now in a perfect spot.
I'm sure this didn't curve much. Ned's there. Looked like it had a little draw spin to me. Held it over there. That was draw. I'm sure it was tight. Probably moved a couple of yards.
I love that expression. You know, Brooksy, you and I were talking about your shot pattern when you were playing your best. It was a draw that looked like it wanted to draw, and right when you thought it was going to put the blinker on, it just fell softly. It was the proper draw, as they say.
I definitely grew up playing a draw. I think one reason my grandfather hit a big old slice, and I hated watching it fly. The other, when you were growing up where I did in Texas, if we're a bunch of people on the tee, if you played a big old cut, big old slice, you were last man picked. You know, you needed to hit a draw to get picked early in the draft. So I learned how to hook it.
Because of your grandfather, which led to over 800 starts on the PGA Tour. That was the secret.
Brooks, do you think it's harder to play a draw with today's equipment?
No, not really.
Because you hear players talk about that it's, you know, the balls and drivers specifically are built to move from left to right.
Well, they've taken so much spin out of the golf ball and the driver when it comes to, you know, even today's speeds, that the old ball spun so much more that it was hard to hit a cut without it overspinning. And I think that was one reason you didn't see quite as many, not even close to as many people playing a, you know, hard left to right shot for the right-hander or fading. The technology's shown us the face has to be open to the path, period. So it has slightly more loft. And that typically creates more spin, but they've been able to negate that with some really innovative technology. But to answer your question, no, I don't. Personally, I don't think it's any harder to control a draw that versus a fade. I'm sure there's a bunch of gurus out there ready to argue, but
Dustin Johnson, of course, had that great line that we often talk about, Ned, where he used to play a draw and then decided to play a cut. And they asked him about that, and he said, I wanted to play a cut, so I started playing a cut.
Oh, keep it simple, right? Keep it simple.
clearly no one wants a two-way miss. So, you know, one of the biggest keys to golf is knowing where the golf ball is not going to go.
Well, the ball has not been going in the hole for DJ, and another long tester up the hill with a big break right here. It'll start to move.
Slam on the brakes. That's pretty well done right there.
The judgment's been great for through 3 holes with that club so far today. He does need some birdies, though, if he will be here tomorrow. 7 over currently. This wonderful manager, one of the best in the history of the game, David Winkle, like you, is a big Longhorn, but make no mistake, that man is a Gamecock. He went to Coastal Carolina, but was born in Columbia, and his icebreaker to me every time I've seen him in the last 10 years is, what do I think about the Gamecocks? What kind of football season are they going to have? I believe the Gamecocks head coach Shane Beamer will be here today watching the action. So maybe DJ will run into him. Now Morikawa for birdie.
I have a student playing golf in South Carolina right now.
Watch the break here from his toes to his heels.
And up the hill. There you go.
3 putts through 3 holes, and Morikawa's 3 under.
So have we now erased the layup on 18 last night?
Yes, he was 3 under coming into that hole.
Still up the hill. Nice read there. And Justin is also coming still up the slope.
Need that towel to wipe the drool off of his chin. And this has got to look like a bucket, not a hole right now for JT. As you said, up the hill, right to left, everything you want for a right-handed player.
look sharp this morning, though.
And now Johnson.
Good 2-putt there.
And they will head to the par 3 13th. I'm sure DJ is, the last couple of days, has found this new tee interesting because it was not here the last time he was here. Used to be over some 40 yards to DJ's left. Meanwhile, JJ Spawn is hot over on the other side of the course at the second.
Back center hole location.
Hits it to 3 feet.
It's a friendlier hole location there than yesterday.
And then at the third, also friendlier.
Drips it right over the front edge.
And at the par 3 fourth.
181 yards today. This is going to be a stock 7-iron for most of these guys. Just a little peeler in there right under the hole.
34-year-old from California who's in the top 12 in the PGA Tour standings this year, and now ranked 26th in the world. He was outside the top 50 when the year began.
Perfect with my 210. That's definitely going. For me to get this to 210, it's got to get full. I'm like stock to like a tick lower spin. Perfect. Not right now. Not enough to affect the shape of the ball. You good? Yeah. We just gotta execute the shots. Yep.
Imposing looking target today. Looks like they've just about missed the green with the whole location. Right's no good. Catch the bunker or that false front. Long is a disaster waiting to happen. Prudent play is if you can get it to the center of the green, left center of the green, you're cutting uphill. Just make your par here.
Going in.
That is the safe shot. The huge pavilion you see is where the tee used to be. And now it's been moved some 40 yards over. And you like it, Mark. You said that you think this opens up the green a little bit, that members feel the same way, that it fits your eye line a little better.
I just don't see a forward tee over there for you guys.
There is one. It's just to the left and behind that camera stand.
All right, all right. I don't see you back there.
No, I'm not going back there.
Like just left of the tower?
Yes, I did. Correct.
I'd almost argue if the faders, this is a hole location you could be a little bit aggressive with.
I'm going to be curious to see what DJ does. I don't think JT is going to tackle this.
The right bunker's not bad.
The right bunkers you can probably work with.
Double cross. Needs to get down.
That will be quick.
But he does have some room. You know, if you're going to beat these guys and climb the board, you need to play these hard. You got to play these hard holes. really well.
Well, you said it just a minute ago. Dustin needs birdies, and he's not holing putts as of yet. So I think it might be time to take on the old Ben Hogan adage, if you don't like how you're putting, just hit it closer to the hole. And this would set up nicely for DJ to hit that high plains drifter.
Come on.
No, miss hit.
Morikawa and Thomas are off to good starts this morning. We're watching them play the par 3 13th on ESPN Plus.
There's the new PGA champion. Now listen, the applause won't stop. Ball is rolling up. Ran up. Had that one the PGA Championship lure. Oh! He's done it!
Last moment you just saw was Collin Morikawa's win 5 years ago at TPC Harding Park, and now he is on the front page of the leaderboard, 2 under through his first 3 holes. Cam Davis has erased the bogey he made earlier with a birdie, now tied for second with Hatton and Gerard. Hatton just parred this par 3 13th. He's just above Dustin Johnson on the 14th tee right now. Johnson and Justin Thomas have to be careful with these shots, Ned.
You're absolutely right on, Taylor. Plenty of speed as it gets to the hole, and if it has any pace on it, actually will chase right off the edge of the green. I'd rather have DJ's lie. It's sitting down a bit, but the grass around it's a little lighter. You can just tell by the color. So the club's going to go through it. Whereas Justin's ball is almost like a fried egg in the bunker. The grass that's around it is a little space between it and the ball, but it's higher than the ball. It's sitting down. So it'll be tougher to judge. Love the way the DJ plays these quick wrist hinge and just kind of sets the club right on the ball.
Pretty good teach for JT right there. Not really the role he would like to be playing.
PGA of America, of course, also runs the Ryder Cup. I don't think we talk enough about what DJ did at Whistling Straits. I think it's the greatest performance in the history of the Ryder Cup. 5-0 and just dominant, and he was an exceptional teammate. Justin Thomas constantly laughing at DJ and his dominance that week. See if JT can pull off something similar.
You just have to become comfortable with not having clean ball contact. Get comfortable with the muffled strike. It's going to be muffled. There's no way you can put the golf club on the golf ball clean. It's impossible. So I like to say, make the lie do something. Don't walk up there wishing you had this certain lie. You're not going to have what you want. Trust me. So walk up there, and sometimes you have to make it, like make it run.
Do you mind if I call you next time I'm chipping from right there?
Bring it. I'll take Venmo.
3 putts through 3 holes, and a good look here, Ned.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes down. Just goes from the back of the green to the front, and he knows the pace. He just watched those 2 chips roll like putts.
Always low.
Yeah. More work left than he should have had.
You just hate hitting putts that never have a chance. And that one was, as you said, always low, and starting to see the pace of the greens pick up. So you get it low and it's going to keep wandering away. Good news is from Morikawa is straight up the hill. Something that Carl Paulson picked up on yesterday with DJ's putting stroke on these short ones, especially, Mark, was the club was getting inside quickly and shut, and then he was having to almost push it back on line, especially on right to lefters.
Well, he's got one right here. Early called him.
And if he doesn't push it on line, that's what happens. He just shut face, it goes left. This one requires focus. That's about all.
It's an excellent start. 2 under through his first 4 holes and 3 under in total. 28 years old now. Ranked 4th in the world. DJ, of course, finished second to Collin 5 years ago at Harding Park. Had the lead going into the final round.
So are you saying you aim right center and pull it? This goes right. Complicated.
Finished 13th here. The other time the PGA Championship was in Charlotte 8 years ago.
That's a long time ago.
It was. Didn't have any gray hair then. And this guy was only 24 when he won it. up to the 14th tee.
Nice up and down there. Made it look pretty simple.
Just a moment ago, Max Homa on this tee, this drivable par 4, stood on the tee at 2 under par. Well, he actually stood on the tee at even par and now is 2 under par because he tapped that in for eagle.
I would hope so. Trying to match the feat of one of my good friends, Andrew McGee, who made a hole-in-one on 17 at TPC Scottsdale. That's a par 4 that Max just hit it a foot from.
Max is 4 under through his first 5 holes today. And just a moment ago, Tyrrell Hatton, well, he's human. He's been fantastic with that club so far today. Uh-oh. Five eagles here yesterday.
There'll still be a few today. This whole location is 40 yards on the surface. Way back there by that yellow ball in the back left corner of the green. You can see yesterday's hole location was on the front, so that makes up for most of the yardage. That is now 347 yards. Lasered from the tee to the cup. Still won't see many layups today, but I think if you were going to lay up, this might be a hole location you might consider it. .307 to the front. Downhill a touch.
And if there's any breeze, it's just a little zephyr back into their face.
Might be a good thing. Driver's too much for some of these guys.
They all hit 3 metal yesterday. It was downwind though when they got here. It was a good one club, call it 10 yards of wind.
Up on the green net, Adam Scott for birdie. The 44-year-old Australian is now 3 under.
Pace is a little quicker today. Pleasant surprise.
Down, down.
Well, it's just fine now. And with, as you said, Mark, this whole location all the way in the back. Plenty of green to work with there.
The intent of basically hitting in it, right? Yeah, good.
The Rev, Matt Minister, Justin Thomas's caddy, just with some last second thoughts.
This morning on the practice area, Justin's main focus was keeping that toe a little bit higher, a little less shut in that first quarter of his backswing. Was rehearsing that time and time again.
He's set up for a fade again.
May be leaking to the right a bit.
That is a nice spot when it comes back.
It should come back to that drain.
Better angle right there. Just off the right edge there.
It's a good friend of yours, isn't it, Taylor, that drain?
That drain and I are best friends.
It's a good spot to be. It's a good home to make here after a tee ball. came out a little higher and a little more to the right.
Yeah, it looked a little blocky there. Might even be in the bunker there.
Vegas at 7 under, Davis and Gerard at 5. That was a bogey for Hatton that we watched just a moment ago, so he falls back to 4 under par. Collin Morikawa's 3 under, and we're watching on ESPN Plus. The quintuple box. Just a reminder, you can follow 4 different feature groups and feature holes live on ESPN Plus. Bryson, Victor, and Gary Woodland. Jordan Spieth made eagle on his first hole of the day. He's playing with Patrick Reed and Ludwig Oberg. Matsuyama, Clark, and Kim. Green Mile, holes 16, 17, and 18. How about that? A Green Mile feed this week. I think Quail Hollow loved that. Uh-oh, ball's up on the collar. So surf around with us here on ESPN Plus this morning. We love what we're seeing on our feed. Justin Thomas and Collin Morikawa each off to great starts. Thomas down near that drain with plenty of green to work with. Morikawa is back in the fairway, 64 yards to go. More complicated for DJ in that fairway bunker.
DJ's situation is pretty gross. It's every amateur's worst nightmare right here. Mark, call it 70-ish yards all the way to the hole with a pond, a lake behind. Ball sitting down in the sand a little bit. He caught a bad break. It actually was about 8 inches away from catching the grass. Instead, it caught the edge of the bunker and curled back to where it lies now.
This may sound self-serving. In the future, am I trying to hit more club here, Mark, and hit the same shot that I would with a 60-degree around the green? Or am I trying to catch golf ball first?
Well, the first thing is don't put it here. He's going safety, a little left of the hole. I would say yes. He got close to the ball there. That's an expected result. Hit it about 35 yards.
You would say yes, more club?
Yes. Like, that's not a 60 unless you're going to go clean strike.
And you would not recommend that?
Well, if you had a perfect lie, yes. The hard part's not gassing it over the green. It's trying to go all ball. That was a safety play.
Then back on 10, Morikawa had the wedge dialed in.
This is a curious shot. A couple ways to play it. You can go low, land it on the front center of the green and chase it. But you have to carry the ripple. And and spin it if you're going to try to carry it on that backside.
Played it right of the hole. Another semi-safety play.
That landed softer than he and I expected.
It's rare to see someone take on that flag back when it's back there. And Ned here with Justin Thomas, once he gets past that bunker, there is extreme break from right to left.
Yeah, this is your honeypot right here. This is like your second home. So how do you play it? What do you hit? 56?
Yeah, I need to look behind JT at this, but
he's on a little downslope actually.
He is, and it obviously will move to his right on contact. But then the last 50 feet of this hole, there you go. I mean, really, just inside the corner of the bunker, it rolls completely to the hole.
A little low, 2-hop skipper. Eli's helping you keep it down. There you go. 1, 2.
Really well done.
2-hop skipper. Textbook. He is a great pitcher of the golf ball. And it's not by accident.
It's the way he's able to change speed.
Change speed?
So slow, the slow takeaway with that wedge.
One of the keys, you know, we may not see it again, but he actually creates speed early in the downstroke. He doesn't wait and try to create it all at the bottom.
Right.
So it's one of the things a lot of great pitchers do. They actually release the club earlier than you think on a typical pitch. So I like to think of it: get your speed early and then cruise through impact. And that's kind of, I think that's what you see with Justin. Might look so smooth through the impact zone. He's already gotten the club head up to speed early. That might be a little bit confusing, but.
Mark, do you subscribe to the get steep and use your hands a little bit more, kind of the hinge and?
No, I subscribe to you ought to be able to create different attack angles. If you're going to have a world-class short game, you need to be able to be steep, shallow, medium to produce all the different flights.
Couldn't agree with you more on that.
So if you have one, you're going to be pretty one-dimensional, and you're going to find yourself in a lot of jams.
Another long putt here for DJ. Seems like almost every hole he has had one of these. And as you pointed out, downhill and now hammering to the left.
Careful, might not stay on. There's one of those little soft roll-offs we've been talking about. And that would be de-greening it.
And Austin has left the bag up here by the 15th tee, so you have to retreat.
Deplaning, de-greening.
Well, you said it, Ned. When you're down there putting to that back hole location, you have to consider just inside the fringe, really, or something like that can happen.
Again, if his tee shot is a foot to the left, he's in the grass, probably in the fairway, and it's a completely different story. I just have to chip it in for par, Mark.
I don't know how they handle this one statistically.
This for a wonderful two-putt, I believe. Oh my goodness. That's not what you wanted when you're struggling with the flat stick. Downhill, speedy with some break. And they're going to wave up the group behind him.
We brought that up yesterday. I don't know that they ever implemented that, especially with the par 5 coming up after this hole that's reachable.
This is also available to you here this morning on ESPN Plus. Ludwig Oberg 1 under. Careful with those bunkers. To the right of them. Patrick Reed is 3 over par, and Jordan Spieth is 4 over. Spieth eagle at 10, bogey at 12.
By the way, on 10, his eagle, he ripped two perfect shots to 8 feet and made the putt. It wasn't a chip in or anything. He'd like to rip one right at the middle of the screen right now.
Oh, come on.
It's a bounce.
One hop. Hitch. Oh, close.
Well, he'd be the first person I'd want to play that shot, but you don't want to be there.
That's where Jordan is. I don't see that being a good spot to be. It's not full. Okay. Well, then just make sure you put it right, you know, kind of right in that area and let the green side fall down here. All right. Get a good one here. Confidence swing.
Patrick Reed's brother-in-law and longtime caddy Kessler.
That has to get right. In the field. Bunker.
Looked like a foot slip.
It always does. And that's a long bunker shot right there.
And now back to our group. Morikawa, Thomas, and Johnson. Collin 2 under through his first 4 holes today. Tied for 9th currently.
Tough one to hole. You have to be so defensive with it. And we saw what happened with DJ. If it has any pace and it gets below the cup, it just loiters away. So you got to throw it out to the right and just hope you can marry the line and the pace perfectly. But when it gets to the hole, you want it barely moving.
Some microscopic insect lit on his ball. Full reset. As you said, Ned, hard to give that one a full-blown run.
Going to see a lot of those pitch shots come up short here today.
Yes, you are. And you see the birdie on 12. That the 12th hole will play significantly easier today with the front hole location. It was on the back shelf yesterday, and this hole, Ned, I would expect it has its highest scoring average of the week today.
I would agree. If you're going to make eagle, you're going to have to get a little bit of luck. Okay, DJ.
Well, yesterday there were 65 birdies and 65 pars here on number 14. I suspect you're going to be very accurate with that prediction. That was an ugly double right there. You want to hit the delete button about 6 times.
And now he's going to have to fight losing interest.
We've already had 3 bogeys and a double here today. It's all about hole location in so many cases.
Taylor, this is a curious read because it says, everything it says, it should go towards the water. But when he's standing over it, there's just this little bit of a shoulder where his toes are going to be higher than his heels. So it kind of makes you think it might start left and then go right.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. It maybe, if anything, inside left.
Right there.
Beautiful birdie for Justin Thomas. Hit it down there near that green. Gave himself a good angle, and he is 2 under through his first 5 holes.
I like to use the term vague. Those reads are vague.
Yeah. And another birdie hole for Thomas coming up.
Well, get the first part correct, and the guys will have no trouble reaching. 578 yards today. This whole location yesterday was in the front right corner behind that center bunker. Front center bunker. It was now it's on the back left corner. Played 4 corners on this green. Great, a lot of great green designs allow that.
Morikawa up.
Go.
It's headed at the drip line of the trees. And it went right through it.
Caught a piece of fairway.
I love the hit when ready approach they're taking here.
This is an important mental hurdle for Justin Thomas. Yesterday, took out driver, hit it left of the trees, nearly into the water. Looks like a completely different player than we saw yesterday. So much more organized.
A little more square setup here. Produced a little more direct ball flight.
Yeah, that is as pretty as you please. Right down Broadway.
He has not missed a swing off the tee yet, and I know he missed the green on 13, but it wasn't a big miss. He is looking strong this morning. That 2 is just fine. At the par 5 15th, through the years, this hole in the PGA Tour and in the PGA Championship has yielded a number of birdies and some eagles. See if we'll get a few of those here in just a moment. Jonathan Vegas parred his first hole. He leads by 2 in the second round of the PGA Championship. It's ESPN Plus. How about Max Homa, Mark Brooks?
Well, this man's always been a great putter. He just hadn't hit it good enough to take advantage of it for the last probably 12 months.
Showed you the eagle before that at the 14th. That was a birdie at 15. Homa is 5 under through his first 7 holes this morning, and now 3 under in total for the PGA Championship. That after a 2 over par 73 yesterday. Max, this place carries special meaning for him. He won his first PGA Tour event here 6 years ago. So he took advantage of the 15th. And all 3 of these players are in position to do the same.
What do they say? 3 ducks on the pond?
That's right.
Let's see if we can't get 3 golf balls on the green here. DJ will be first. We're going to need all of 290 yards to cover the bunker uphill. That came out of the center of the face, headed a little right.
It's not bad over there between those bunkers, and some popular collection area, plenty of green to work with.
Just had a good chat with Mike Thomas, Justin's dad. And I talked to him here yesterday, and he said it was the worst he had seen JT play in maybe 2 or 3 years.
Thanks,
Dad.
Dad.
Well, it's a beautiful. What'd y'all have for dinner last night? Because it's working.
Say it again. I don't think Ned heard it, Mark.
I said, thanks, Dad.
A little bit over on my side.
Right.
Oh, there's no mud. He wasn't used to looking for mud yesterday. There wasn't enough fairways.
You like this one over 5 wood? Close.
We can talk about
Close.
mud at some point.
Kind of more of what you're seeing. Yeah, I mean, play the lie first. You want to hit something strong, kind of at DJs and turns.
255 to the
55 will cover the bunker.
the bunker's fine. It is fine.
Yes, it is.
Worry, especially if that is mud and take some spin off, that 3 would probably.
Yeah, I like that.
And I can just go ahead and let the turn off.
Yes, correct. And if it just goes straight into that
Sure,
gully,
right,
that's
fine.
a perfect spot.
The Rev speaks Brooksy's language.
Yeah, play the lie first. You can see how much the ball's above his feet here. Begging for a draw swing. You want to be shallow on a fairway wood anyway.
Check down to the 5 wood.
Wow.
Right there.
It's a good spot. Well, it was. Stay off that curb. Looks like it did. Collin also swung with the slope there. Looks like he just in the front bunker.
I love how fast he's playing here this morning. There's a lot of confidence with Morikawa going on right now, Ned.
I would say he and JT have found a little something. In that conversation I had with Mike Thomas, I was just asking, what you guys do? Did you go hit balls afterwards? He said, yeah, we went and hit some balls on the range, but Justin just said his body wasn't working well yesterday. Something didn't feel right, something wasn't lined up. And so, Mark, you know, when the body isn't working, it's hard to put the sequence of events into the golf swing correctly.
No, no doubt about that. It's a little shocking. I guess he's had a few birthdays now.
32 of them.
He is. A lot of golf balls. They have a lot of physios putting hands on them and routines, but yes, you can have off days.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. That event, the National Car Rental PGA Junior League Championship, is going to be in November. PGA Frisco. It's a wonderful event they have each year.
And that grassroots program that they have going is not, it's a good way to introduce the kids to the game. It's not intimidating. It's not overly competitive. So it's a nice way to gently break your kid into golf.
Dustin Johnson has done so much for the junior game, especially in the state he comes from in South Carolina. He is truly one of the easiest people to be around you will ever meet. I'm sure he's not thrilled with how things have gone in the last 24 hours, but such a world-class career. So DJ, just over there in that collection area, Matt Minister called it the gully, got past that area, and now looks like he will be using his putter here in a moment. Morikawa in that front bunker. This will be a long bunker play. And Justin Thomas from the front left apron. 3 different shots coming up here, Ned.
And Justin Thomas is by far and away, in my opinion, the most difficult of the 3. The good news is he's on the upslope, but he does have to contend with that left bunker. He can land it into the upslope, into the grain, and slam on the brakes, but he's got to clip it just perfect.
There's some breaks right under the hole. We always want it closer, but that was a fine play right there.
Part of the game here for Collin that has improved immensely over the past couple of seasons. He used to really struggle out of the bunkers, has that weak grip, and obviously likes to hit that left to right shot so he could get steep, take a lot of sand, and had trouble controlling the trajectory and the distance. He has more shots now in his arsenal out of the bunkers. That was the old motion right there.
A little chunky. That's one there you probably wouldn't use your 60 if you had a 55 or 56 degree in your bag.
That one needed to be low and running.
Meanwhile, for Dustin Johnson, not so dissimilar to what we were talking about on the last screen here, Ned. A lot of movement from right to left.
I'm surprised he's not pitching it. You could take a lot of that break out by throwing this up in the air with some spin. By putting it, you have to account for not only the fringe and change in speed when it gets to the green, you have to play it, what is that, 6 or 8 feet to the right. That was a simple shot that he made more difficult than it needed to be, Mark, in my opinion.
Well, he's getting along with that putter so well, he just wanted to keep it in his hands.
Exactly.
As these guys prepare for their birdie attempts, Jonathan Vegas is playing the second hole right now at 7 under. Leads by 2 over Cam Davis and Ryan Gerard. Davis is through 9 holes already this morning, even through his first 9.
And they may prove us wrong by the end of this round, but the pace feels significantly quicker this morning.
Yeah, wasn't it? We took an hour and 12 minutes or something like that to play the first 3 holes yesterday.
I mean, they're just not waiting.
By the way, Cam Davis teed off at 7:11. Ryan Gerard tees off at 2:26. And they're both tied for second. Now Morikawa.
Have to hit this. It's slow uphill into the green. We saw what JT's did.
Hugging the ground. That's a disappointing 5.
Looked like a tank, not a bug.
Sun trying to crack through the clouds a little bit. It's just gotten steamy here in the last 10 minutes standing by the green.
And that is the expected forecast today. It'll be more humid and a bit hotter as the day continues, which makes me think, Ned, this could be an advantage out here in these calmer, cooler conditions early.
Yes, and that low light that we talked about the open of the show, that helps you see the textures and the breaks, in my opinion, a little bit better on the greens. And you know, we've saw some nice solid putts hold already in this group.
So if you're Rory McIlroy and you're 3 over and you're playing you're teeing off at almost 2 o'clock this afternoon, you're going to have to be, and you need to shoot something in the mid-60s. Makes it more challenging.
Well, if anybody can.
On any course, too. It would be this one. So it's a par for DJ. And we will have coverage of Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, and Rory McIlroy here on ESPN Plus at 1:47. There's a feature group that we have this afternoon.
JT's dad said he took a screenshot of his birdies for putts in greens hit in regulation. He sent it to Justin. He said, well, at least you're leading that category. Birdie to every green that you hit, just to try to lighten things up a little bit.
Thanks, Dad.
Exactly. This has some pace at the hole.
This is quite a bit more than he needed to have for 5. 4 feet 2 inches.
And this can suck momentum quickly if you miss this. It's inside the hole.
Not a problem, but still. Second shot, a little out of position. Played a great third.
This golf course is in just phenomenal condition. And it punched back after those second shots. All pars there at 15, and it's green mile time for Thomas, Morikawa, and Johnson. Yesterday, combined 171 over par across all 156 players. And look at the 3 holes that they played before they came there at 85 under. Just 29 total birdies, almost as many balls in the water as total birdies. And the 16th hole, there was only one person that made a birdie putt on the 16th hole yesterday. All the other birdies at 16 were chip-ins.
Well, there were 4 total.
3 chip-ins and 1 birdie putt made.
It's only 526 yards today. It's a little short of the card yardage. Today's hole location's middle right. you just bash it down the middle. That would be a good spot right there. Put it right in the center of this green. You don't need to go flag hunting here unless you put it down there in Deschambault territory. Short and left of this flag a little bit would be ideal. I went ahead and extrapolated out on these stats. The last 3 holes yesterday, 16, 17, and 18 combined. 29 birdies out of 468 attempts.
Left edge of the fence all the way to the tree. Perfect one is on the scoreboard.
Not the ideal miss there. Blind second from about 240, 235.
And they're back in the intimacy of the teeing area. Up here in the fairway, there's a little breeze now starting to pick up, and it's pushing the tee shot towards that bunker.
It's over there too, but it's short of the bunker. A long way to get home, but not nearly as challenging as what Thomas is about to deal with.
You wouldn't be able to feel that breeze back on the teeing area, and there are no flags to give you any indication on the grandstands. So for DJ, he needs to give it a little more of a wide berth down the left side.
Just over 300 to the bunker.
Bunker, probably.
Morikawa the only one in the fairway, and Ned will inspect his golf ball here in just a moment. Yesterday, that was one of the big topics, is what happened to Scotty Scheffler and Xander Schauffele at the 16th. From the middle of the fairway, Scheffler, the best iron player in the game, hooks it into the water. And then Rory McIlroy was also included in this. He wasn't in the fairway, but couldn't even get back to it after a poor tee shot. And then his third shot did not come out as far left as he thought. Well right, ended up making double bogey just like Scotty Scheffler did. And like Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele was in the middle of the fairway. And that hooked into the water. Scheffler and Schauffele's reactions immediately looking at their caddies and saying mud ball. Scheffler went to the next tee and he said, I kept the honor after making a double. Scheffler and Schauffele each were upset that they had mud balls there at 16, and Scotty afterwards said, quote, I understand it's part of the game, but there's nothing more frustrating for a player. You spend your whole life trying to learn how to control a golf ball, and due to a rules decision, all of a sudden you have absolutely no control over where that ball goes. I don't make the rules. I just have to deal with the consequences of those rules. Thomas and Johnson off of the fairway. Morikawa is in it. So, Mark, what's your reaction to what Scotty said? Xander supported what Scotty said. What are your thoughts?
We talked briefly about this yesterday. As a player, you hate the mud balls. You feel like you're being punished for hitting it in the fairway. However, only one time in the history of this championship have they played the ball in hand, which is what we call it, ball in hand. you know, some of the quotes. I mean, Scotty went on. I mean, I love him to death, but it's like got into talking about, well, links golf and where they started golf, and I mean,
got a pace warning here about 8 minutes behind.
So we waved up.
Yeah, I was told that, but you know.
Well, I know, but like, we had to wait because we were back and forth.
Yeah, pace warning here. I know you had a
well, they were
up on 14.
Yeah, sir. We didn't get waved up, and we waved them up. I mean, that's
right.
What are you supposed to do? Like we all had to putt a while.
The last 4 minutes back here, though. That's why the pace warning's in effect. So.
No, well, how far behind are we?
8 minutes. So.
That's. So we literally wait.
So we just get screwed because someone else didn't wave us up? He putted it off the green, and then he had to go chip after he putted it off the green.
He literally putted off the green. So like we were gonna wave up, and then I'm reading my putt, so it's like. Did you watch us? Did you watch
position after that wave up?
So it's our fault that you guys put the sign, and then we did follow the rules.
It is though. It is. It's simple common sense. We'll make it up, but give us a break.
No, we're just wasting more time complaining about it.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate situation. I understand Justin and Collin's frustration. Mark, you were going to say, though, it's part of the game, the mud balls.
it is, and the PGA Tour has gotten pretty lax, you know, or cautious about.
We're going at it to left of it.
Letting these guys play with mud on the ball, which is not the intent of the rule.
Yeah, it's a similar, you know, you obviously have a little draw line, right? But similar thought. I mean, the one off the tee flew 208. I think this one should fly 205. You got your finish line. Perfect. Love it. And try it down just on this line. Perfect.
Ned, yesterday Schauffele said the mud balls are going to get worse. They're going to be in the perfect cake zone where they get muddy underneath. Any issue for Collin here?
A little bit of debris, but it shouldn't affect the ball flight. He can't see the green. All he has to aim at is a couple of clouds.
That was really good there. Hole high.
That's outstanding.
16, 18 feet.
The pace of play warning is not going to affect Dustin Johnson. That I can assure you. Just over 200 yards all the way to the flag. Crisp looking lie. But not crisp contact.
Yeah, all your leaves are.
Well, Justin Thomas was fortunate to find a little prickly patch of grass. The ball sitting up nicely, plenty of air under it. And slinging it out to the right, trying to use that slope to bring it back to the green.
Oh boy.
That's a spot of bother. Stayed right of the greenside bunker, Ned. But you can see the whole most of the golf ball, so we'll be able to slip it under there. There you go. And if it's somehow on an upslope, he could actually pull that off. You want to get back to the mud balls? The guys have gotten a little spoiled putting the ball in hand. In fact, the tour will do it based on a forecast, and it's to protect the field and their mind. I think it's just fair to say the players have gotten their voices a little louder, and maybe it's being heard a little more than it was in the past, given all the circumstances that we have going on in professional golf. I don't think that's always a good thing. Certainly, having active players participating in some competitive decision making, I think it's dangerous and wrong. But they're not going to play the ball up here, and again, I was a player. I hated mud balls as well. But if you thought one was coming on, you needed to do your best to, to stand there with a mud on a ball with a dangerous situation and go ahead and doubles, heck with it, I'm just going to send it and let it happen, that's kind of crazy as well. So
I think that's terrific perspective from somebody that, as we watch Johnson play his third, from somebody that played this game at the highest level, won this event, but now you have the perspective of watching this event and watching all 156 players play. That's some great objectivity. Ned, you were out there for 2 loops yesterday. Did you really think it was an issue?
No. I didn't see one what I would consider a real, true mud ball. And every single shot that was in the fairway, I inspected. Even over at 5, even on 10 where water and moisture tends to collect. Yeah, there was debris, but nothing that would have impacted the playability of a shot. That doesn't mean that some players didn't get mud balls, but I didn't see any.
he might be on a slight upslope here.
This is okay. Breeze back into him. Very clear what he has to do. The lie is helping. A little bit of an upslope, plenty of cush.
Well, these are the kind you practice when you're messing around.
Yeah, all he has to do is clear the bunker.
Yeah, there you go.
He's a magician with that club, and it was the MVP of his bag yesterday.
When we first saw that ball finish there, it looked like it was on a downslope, but
this was yesterday on this same hole, barely stayed on land.
Watch how early he got the speed going there. Everyone's clapping.
His current caddy, his former caddy, Morikawa.
Taylor, can I weigh in on the mud ball?
Please.
Thoughts?
Yes, sir.
So I spent my career playing in Europe and in Asia. And when you play on the Asian tour, every week it's a national open, Philippine Open, Indonesian Open, Singapore, Hong Kong. And so they model their events after the US Open. So they want to make them as difficult as possible, but they also want to play by the USGA and RNA rules. And so we're talking about places in the tropics where mud balls were a real thing. And they never considered playing lift clean in place unless it was just a deluge. So you just had to figure out a way. Yeah, you hated it. It felt unfair, but you had to convince yourself that everybody else is going to get these as well, and it's all going to come out in the wash.
Well said.
At this point for DJ, it's just hitting hope on the greens.
Well, I will say I appreciated that Scotty gave his opinion on this. We don't hear him get too opinionated on anything, and it was refreshing to hear how passionate he was about it. I think most people that are able to see the full picture and aren't competing didn't agree. But you understand when these guys are trying to win it all, they want things in their perfect conditions. Collin Morikawa has a chance to win it all. There's a birdie from outside 200 yards at 16. After being told to hurry up, was put on the clock and made birdie.
That's how you beat people, because he just made up about a shot and a half on the field. 1.5 stroke gain on the field. Simple math. Stroke average about 4.5. That's a 3.
This will feel just about as good as Morikawa's did if it goes in. Those scrambling fours, Ned, so important.
And this one should collect towards the front of the green. Just a little bit outside that left edge. Not too much, though.
Unfortunately, that's a pretty standard bogey.
Cannot let that get to him.
Another look at Morikawa's birdie putt, Mark.
I mean, just textbook whole chalkboard birdie. 2 perfect shots.
3 under through his first 7. Jonathan Vegas bogeyed the second. His lead is 1 over Davis. Gerard. Aaron Rai is just made birdie at the par 5 7th. Tyrrell Hatton just made another birdie. In front of these guys, made birdie here at the par 3 17th.
.185. We have moved the tee location forward, as well as this pin is cut just 10 paces over that front bunker. Fairly tight up against that left, but that's a traditional spot right there. I'm sure you've made plenty of 2s to this one, Taylor. Yes. From the forward tees.
Yes. Yes. Now you're talking.
The 6 birds? What?
3 birds.
All right, 3 birds.
3 birds.
Stroke average will plummet downward today.
So as long as it's helping, I mean, even when it wasn't feeling this much help down there, it still seemed like it was helping.
Yeah. Well, the reality too is here it's but also it's two. Now we're trying to land at 175. You're getting help from the left. So what are you gonna do?
I'm just gonna stop that. I don't like taking it off. I don't either. I don't think it needs to be high. I don't think it needs to be flat. Or solid contact. Perfect. I'll just use the gun. Okay.
Going to find out if having to pick up the pace is going to continue to help Collin. I think it might. Holding his finish.
Great shot.
Beautiful. This is a similar hole location.
Yeah, good.
But you referenced it, Mark, a forward tee from the one Justin Thomas hit the shot of the tournament 8 years ago. 7-iron from 220.
Today, likely an 8-iron for JT. That's his 168-yard club, he told me.
I wouldn't leave much on the box with an 8-iron today.
He gave it the full treatment.
You'll have a choice there. Pitching or rolling it.
This didn't have a crisp sound to it. It's out to the right a bit. Coming home.
It's going to work.
It sure will.
Collin Morikawa is right in the fight, tied for 6. 2 shots behind the lead.
just 24 years of age. Could it be his time?
I thought the same thing.
It would have to be a huge hit with the 7-iron. Well played, Justin Thomas. Beautiful shot. Justin Thomas makes it 2 at 17.
The player who beat the strongest field in golf, Justin Thomas.
Son of a club professional and the grandson of a club professional. That hug with his father, Mike, so special here in the PGA Championship. It celebrates our PGA club professionals from all over the world. And this hole was the biggest moment. He had a good moment here yesterday, maybe another right here.
Definitely can think about holing this one. Picks up speed as it gets closer to the hole. Good line.
They're finishing their run out better today. These balls, the stickiness is starting to disappear.
Yeah, it feels like if we could dodge that possible shower tomorrow morning, that we could get some real fire in this golf course over the weekend. Sure looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Immaculate.
Gotta love this game, don't you? It'll take you some wonderfully beautiful places.
Yes, it will. Creates such great friendships. And
so, Dad, I'm going to give you time par. They're supposed to be off the screen at 9:56 a.m.
How we looking?
Well, 4 minutes behind right now.
He told them they were 8 behind in the 16th fairway.
Now, this is not going to help. And again, the binoculars will be on him, and so will the stopwatches. And he'd be redlining it right about now. This one kicks right early and then collects back to the left. It'll move right here.
I think we can fairly assume that was close.
In great spirits because all part of his games are on point.
And he left the 2 easiest holes out there without a birdie, 14 and 15. So what could have been. That's curly. Got it outside his left knee that time. Big breaker.
Dustin's teammate on Live Golf, Harold Varner III, is a Quail Hollow member and is here today.
So if you want to talk about momentum, Ned, this is a momentum putt for sure.
I always like to, in putts like this, have a little game with myself, seeing how center cut I could make it. Pick out a little blade of grass right in the center of the hole. Because you're right. Back-to-back bogeys after a time warning.
That was pretty center cut right there.
Well, they made up 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And like Justin said, they'll get it back. There will be some bottlenecks around the 7th and 8th.
And interestingly enough, the better your group plays, typically the faster they play. Maybe not on a Friday afternoon if everybody's trying to make a flight, but generally speaking, it takes longer if you're being professional to play poorly than it does if you're playing nicely.
Mark, when I was playing the Asian Tour, playing events in Korea, if you got put on the clock, you were expected to run between shots.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
I'd love to see that. It keeps going for Max Homa. Short of the green in 2 at the home hole, the 18th.
And that's a tough pitch from right there.
Not for him. No. That's 30 for Homa as he turns to the first. Max now, after a 73 yesterday, is 4 under in total. Collin Morikawa in our group. Dustin Johnson, wasting no time, smokes that bullet cut down the heart of the fairway.
It's a nice picture for his playing partners to see.
Remember yesterday, this was the swing that led to a double bogey. That's left.
Took a pretty hard bounce today.
It typically gets wet. We do see a golf ball in that creek. We'll find out if it's his. Made up the shots that he lost yesterday and actually is now one better than he was when he came to this tee, but could be in trouble here.
Has JT missed a fairway since the opening tee shot? I think he's hit every fairway today, hasn't he?
Yes, sir.
This would be a good time to keep that streak going.
He's set up just inside the creek down the left side. This is going to peel. Got to peel. Not much, but it worked. Like right down the middle.
They're playing the 18th hole at Quail Hollow Club, second round of the PGA Championship on ESPN+. Jonathan Vegas leads at 6 under by 1 over Davis, Hatton, and Gerard. Collin Morikawa is 2 back, but could be in some more trouble here at 18 today. He was in trouble here yesterday. This time he hit it left. Yesterday he was right of the fairway.
Well, he's definitely in the penalty area. I was back on the tee with our group, and you could tell it took the big bounce to the left.
We'll let you go take a look at it, Ned, while we look at what happened yesterday from the right rough. He's trying to lay up here, Mark, but too aggressive with the layup, and it hit an overhanging branch, went into the water, and listen to this. He said,
I just laid up in the water.
4th shot to that position.
Yeah, and then he misread this putt.
Made double bogey. Okay, so they are confirming, Ned, it is in the water?
It is in the water. We were just trying to determine whether it landed in the penalty area or outside the penalty area, because he would be able to drop on this side of the creek, the fairway side of the creek, if it had landed outside the penalty area, but we deemed it did not. So that makes matters much worse.
It definitely took a hop before it went down.
I feel like going higher at the time. No, there's better. I mean, honestly, I think I'd rather go behind on line with it. How does that work? Yeah.
We're going to need a rules official. He was trying to drop it on the line and have it kick back into the penalty area.
Rules is right over there.
Well, you cannot use the equidistant option that we used to have on a red. If it's not touching the red line, it's in play.
Rules is sitting in the white chair. He wants rules over there. Yeah, he's right here.
This could come down to a blade of grass that received or did not receive any red paint.
Where'd the rules guy go?
Well, they're on the clock, so the rules official should be nearby. Yet we can't find them.
Doesn't look so much fun to begin with, and
like I said, if there's not any red touching that ball, it's in play. Has nothing to do with the golf club.
More importantly, Mark, is this is not a fun place to drop.
Well, the ball is fully in the red line. He dropped it on the red line, hoping that it was going to then kick in the penalty area so he could drop it again and then place it.
Yeah, our zoom in looks like it's trying to be left outside of the painted zone.
Rules official coming all the way from the green.
I mean, Ned, if it was on the red line, they would clearly be re-dropping.
And I don't think it would count as an official drop because he dropped it on the red line.
No, it landed outside of it when it hit the ground.
You know, one of the reasons why
maybe a foot
this isn't as big of an issue in terms of them being put on the clock is the group in front of them is they haven't completed the hole yet. Tyrrell Hatton, who was tied for second coming into the hole, has a triple bogey putt up on the green.
That could be entertaining.
Mark, did you say that when Collin took his drop, it was outside the red line?
Yeah, it landed about where his right foot is.
We might want to replay that because I was standing right there.
It clearly landed outside. 10 inches. Yeah, well, 4 inches. It landed above the line when it touched the ground.
Well, if it's touching the line, do you redraw?
Yeah, that's what I was like. So
How you doing?
I need to put the rules
So I was
official on
going
the clock.
online with the pin behind, so when I dropped it, so it seems like it's touching the line because it moved. Is it if it's touching the line, like it moved? Oh, does it move grass? Like you see the red?
Yeah,
it
yeah.
all moved that.
Yeah, the penalty edge is this edge of the line,
So
and I think you're inside it.
Okay,
It's
so I
a
redrop, right?
You redrop, yes.
Okay.
So you think it last crossed here. Got
Yeah,
it.
I'm just going directly behind.
Okay.
I'm not doing 2 club lengths.
Got it.
Because it's just, I mean,
Got it. Yep, now it's the place.
so place,
Right.
so right here.
Yeah, it's where it first touched part of the ground.
And then, so like right here. I think it's right here. Right here.
I think it's a little bit right there. Yeah, you just
I
gotta
just
set
don't want it
it. You
to
gotta
move.
set it down and let it go. There you go. And it hasn't moved.
Well,
And
yeah.
we're good to go.
Okay.
Okay.
I still don't like it.
100%.
To me, that's a triple bogey for Hatton up on the green. Right? He's now down to 2 under par. He had all kinds of problems. So technically, these guys aren't really out of position anymore. Hatton's group is, and now Morikawa just trying to put it back into play here, Ned, to play his 4th.
He had ambitions of something more aggressive, and today Joe Greiner was more assertive. He said, I don't like it, and handed him the wedge. DJ, after a good number of practice swings, dead center of the fairway. Need 190 out of this shot, uphill and into a little breeze.
Very nice there. Really nice. It's more like it.
Play this one just a touch off the right.
That's where it's been last hole, and this hole. And that is what the flag is throwing off.
Just a hold with the number.
I like a couple more. If anything, I felt like it's slightly further.
Yesterday had 196 for his approach shot when he tugged it in the water. Today 160. Likely an 8-iron.
Obviously, a little long right would be the prudent play.
Well, Morikawa is having another adventure today. Justin Thomas isn't dealing with the stress of Thursday. He had a good tee shot here, but then from 198 yards, pulled it into the penalty area. Bouncing off a rock and then resting underneath another one. We were broadcasting on the radio yesterday afternoon, Mark, just above this position, and we thought there was no way he could play that. We'll show you the rest of it here in a moment. Now Morikawa with the 4th.
This right at the flag, dropping to the right.
Needs to hold on. Nope.
His fifth shot will be coming up in just a moment.
And of course, it's going to get up against the collar there.
Here it is. Some magic. He probably took 30 practice swings.
Oh.
Trying to think. He put, you saw the shoe off and the sock off. He had his foot in the creek for a while and rehearsing moves, and then decided to put both feet on land. He did miss the putt, made bogey, but
that's the sad ending to that one.
But it was remarkable that he was able to play it. Birdie opportunity for Thomas today, and Morikawa has been terrific through his first 8 holes, but he's going to drop at least one shot here, if not 2 or 3. Any issues with this collar, Ned?
None whatsoever. He's going to be coming in steep. It's actually maybe going to help him with this shot, the way he likes to play them. At the Masters, he used his fairway metal around the greens quite a few times with good success. Did it yesterday once. Could use that if he wanted here, but he'll land it into the hill, into the grain to scrub the speed. It should slam on the brakes.
It hasn't impacted his demeanor. Still in good spirits. But a second consecutive 6 at the 18th. Had one here yesterday and another one today. Falling back to 2 under.
6 beats 7.
Every time.
Didn't Terrell just make 7?
He did.
I do remind my kids at home. 6 beats 7, 5 beats 6.
It also beats 8. And David Toms made a snowman here 22 years ago when the PGA Tour returned to Charlotte. You played that year here at Quail Hollow, and
yeah, but he still got the touchdown signal when it was over.
He did. He still won the tournament with 2 to spare.
He should have made 9. 25 feet.
And lickety split down the hill. And it has that shine and shimmer to it. This will be just a little dollop of speed. And it should twist to the front left of the green on its way down. At the end, it could flatten out.
He's got it out there. Settle down. Again, more than he wanted remaining.
You talk about it, Mark Brooks, the accumulation of stress throughout the week.
Now it's the old Lee Trevino quote. What do dogs chasing cars and pros putting for pars have in common? Both have a short life. And for back-to-back birdies.
He knows what it does. He just saw it.
Just tickled it down there.
You mentioned the word vague earlier, vagaries of this read. Taylor, what do you think?
You think it's going left, but I would take the break out of it up the hill.
That's what it feels like. That's what it looks like.
7 feet.
Just didn't feel like a confident stroke. And that one stings.
And the Green Mile claims another victim.
A common tip on the golf course for beginners and professionals alike is set your target. In the case of PGA golf instructor Ryan Linehan, he had a very specific one for 2025, reaching this PGA Championship in an area he knows well.
Two years ago, I circled Quail Hollow on the calendar when I realized that the PGA was going to be played there. I used to live there. 2 of my kids were born in Charlotte.
Ryan Linehan for par. And he is going back to Charlotte, North Carolina.
Number one, I love Quail Hollow, the golf course. I played it one time. I played on a 45-degree day one day in Charlotte with my dad. I absolutely love the course. People have asked me, you know, what's your favorite course? And I would probably put that top 5 or 10 that I've ever played. I've been very fortunate enough to play a lot of great courses and everything, but Quail would definitely be up there. And then to play it in the tournament conditions and tournament atmosphere, I mean, it's incredible.
It's a great story from Ryan. I hope he and his family have enjoyed being here this week. Ryan is 4 over through his first 5 holes today. Shot 76 yesterday. Rough day for Michael Block, who has played in the PGA Championship a number of times, including each of the last 3 years. See if Tyler Collett or Tom Johnson, one of those guys, can make the cut. Play the weekend here in the PGA Championship. Tyler, of course, won the PGA Professional Championship going away a few weeks ago. The 3 we're watching makes the long walk over from the 18th green to the first tee.
Hard slider left to right. It's only 484 today. It's over 500 yesterday, primarily because of the hole location. It's front left. See it right there. It's open in front. Not overly wide, but you can use that approach if you needed to. 4's a good score here. That's for the week.
And, you know, everybody talks about the Green Mile, 16, 17, and 18, and how challenging they are to play them consecutively. The 3 hardest holes on the golf course usually, and the toughest 3-hole finishing stretch in professional golf. Well,
I happen to have some stats for you there.
If you then continue and then play the first hole, you're playing 4 of the 5 hardest holes on the golf course.
Well, I grouped them in triplets. So 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, 3 combined yesterday. Total of 41 birdies out of 468 attempts. Only 10 birdies on this hole yesterday.
Yeah, this was the toughest of those 3 holes.
Well, number 3 only yielded 7.
But it didn't yield as many bogeys.
So when you add them together, they're playing a stretch that only yielded 70 birdies yesterday out of a ridiculous number of attempts.
DJ can cut the corner, and he's done it.
481 birdies yesterday on the golf course. There were only 70 on those 6 holes. It's less than 15%. So, I mean, you are in the nasty stretch. So much for Ned wanting to go off 10.
I guess you got to play him sometime, don't you?
Yeah, you do. This course opens with 3 pretty stout par 4s.
Thomas is 2 over. Was 2 over on the green mile. Morikawa just 1 over on the green mile. That's today.
This should fit his eye today nicely. Man, when you drive it like that, golf gets easier.
And now all the fans, now we know where they are. It's been a little subdued. Hasn't been a whole lot of juice yet, but look at all the people lined the fairway here. This afternoon is going to be electric. That's blistered down the right center.
A good start at the first for all 3. Morikawa, Thomas, and Johnson with us here. Vegas in the lead. Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Bet that'll be a popular spot these next couple of days.
Like buy 1 get 10 free.
Homa 6 under on his round. Spawn and Pavone are 4 under on their rounds. Some good golf being played out there this morning.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yes, sir. Especially if you hit a tee shot like this. Any of these.
I'll take the gold one. I'll hit last into here.
those are way down there. That same tee box is used all 52 weeks of the year. That is the tee box that everyone, just about everyone, uses each and every week. The difference is the other weeks of the year, this hole is played as a par 5.
Par is irrelevant. What's not irrelevant is there will be a cut this afternoon that will only include the low 70 scores and ties after the final putt drops this evening. And you kind of need to be inside that or you don't get a tee time at all.
It lands one on. Depends on the trajectory. Okay, so if it's down
good roll back.
Flat, if it's down slope flat, I think it has a chance to actually. Okay, perfect.
About 5 on like that.
Yes. So it's 51. Yeah, we would need significant help for the wedge.
I know it's down. I know it's down to live. You're doing a lot, way too much with the pitching wedge, no?
100%.
If I have pitching wedge 39.
Yep. So talk to me how you're going to fly it. Let's just call it 52 because nothing's gone like the last couple of years. Landing at 52.
With the downhill lie, I think this goes 52 right now. 54. I'm on a choke down, stay with the lie. Honestly, I'm on a smooth shot. I'm feeling this.
Yeah, I agree.
Feel it up?
Yes, I am.
So, in between the pin and the tower?
Yep, love it.
It's not uncommon to have music playing when the other weeks of the year when you're attempting shots like this from this location. Ned, give me some aha in the background right now.
Well, this might make you say aha, just a little right of the flag. Take the break. Well, it was safe, wasn't it? I think they were counting on a little collection to the left.
Take on Me is playing, and you don't take on me?
Yes, you do. Correct.
You know, it just kind of dawned on me. I watched him play a ton of golf with the feature group. He plays a show me style, and I'll explain in a minute.
You just talked about the cut. There is a lot of time left today, but Justin Thomas is currently tied for 75th.
Ball significantly below his feet. You'd think it'd want to squish out to the right with the wedge. Sometimes it'll take to the left.
I think it'll stay aboard.
And for the first time all week, walking down the fairways, felt a little firmness underfoot.
Love hearing that.
Definitely drying out.
And you're definitely on the higher part of the property, which helps a little bit.
Have to start somewhere, though.
I find really good players usually don't miss short irons to the right or away from their body.
Now, what were you going to say is that's DJ, and that'll be his birdie attempt. What were you going to say about Morikawa?
A show me style. So it's like if you had, I teach a lot, and you have a kid that's having a little trouble, and you say, I want you to get up there and be an actor and talk me through what you're going to do. Verbalize it, go through it, and then do it. And because there's a lot of information that flows between Collin and his caddies, way more so than what's normal. And it's almost like, you know, he's asking him to talk him through it and then become that and show me. Like, hey, Dad, watch this. So it's a little more of that style, and not everybody plays that way. In fact, it's quite unusual. Jordan and Michael Greller, on the other hand, they don't talk technical at all. They talk a lot, but it's not this style. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Michael's not telling Jordan what to do virtually ever.
Right. He's not trying to tell him,
oh, choke up on it. It's a 3/4 this.
It's what club are you hitting?
Correct. It's very interesting. So he's a watch this kind of play kind of kid, and I'm sure he was, and it works wonderfully.
What a career. Career only 6 years old and already has had so much success.
Got a little hanging lie. He's a fader, but he's not going to probably try to ever draw this ball in there. He'd need a perfect number to feel like he can just start it on the left edge of the green to hit it really close. And Ned's walking. I know he's downhill, so he's not out of breath. But one of the reasons I've been doing it for a long, long time, and watch the hanging lie, the ball below your feet, right or left-handed. A lot of good players typically miss the ball righties to the left. And part of the reason, I believe, is number one, you grow up with everybody saying the ball's below your feet, it'll go to the right. So you're already guarding against that. Number two, those are more upright clubs, and the heel of the golf club has more of a tendency to actually hit the ground first. So I find it unusual, but it's very common to hit short irons actually left on a hanging lie for the right-handed player.
And Mark, you and I talked about that 3 or 4 years ago, and since then I've been paying attention to it, and I couldn't agree more. And it's almost as if the more the ball is below your feet, the more it tends to grab the heel and go left.
And that's not true as the clubs get longer, for sure. All right, here we go, 33 feet.
And lickety split back to the front edge of this green.
Let's get the pace right so you have nothing left. That was shocking. Might be a little bit of an optical illusion there coming down the hill. I suspect this green doesn't break as much from back to front as it might first appear. And that's what they're trying to figure out.
And JT's far more complicated than Collins. JT has to work with a little uphill these few steps, and right about there, it'll start to chase away from him.
But I'm referencing my book that they can't use, and it's all green. I mean, it's not a lot of break. We're down there in the under 2% this area.
It should twist a little bit towards the front of the green, but the shoulder of the front left bunker that flanks the green actually is raised a bit, and it'll keep it pushed to the center of the green.
That matches the arrows.
Still has to be outside right overall.
Steady 4 at the first for Thomas.
I might also point out why holes are 500 yards for par 4s for these guys. I mean, they're all hitting wedges and not little chippy 9-irons and sand wedges in. So it played its full length yesterday, no doubt. I mean, no roll, but as the ball starts bouncing, I mean, this hole's 485 yards, and DJ just flipped a sand wedge, some kind of mid-gap wedge or something in there.
And rewarded with a handsome look at birdie.
His third birdie, good birdie look in a row.
I might give this a cup out just because left to right. Just has had no touch or feel with the putter.
Remains 4 back. Vegas at 6 under. Rye, Thor Bjornsson, and Ryan Gerard are all 5 under. And we're about to show you the last person that's at 5 under that is by far the hottest player on the course.
He's on a torrid pace.
Max Homa shot 30 on his first 9 holes, parred 1 and 2, and then this from the top shelf to the bottom at the 3rd.
I told you he could putt.
7 under through 12 holes today.
He just said, where's the 4th tee? Let's go.
Max's only good finish this year was a top 12 finish in the Masters. And now in the next major, he's right there. He's completely rebuilt his golf swing. It's holding up, and the putter has been phenomenal.
Well, this one turns again hard left. Unless you are in the top 1%, you're going to have to play it honestly here. Not always a driver. You need to push it past the corner, then you're going to face an uphill second shot. It's fair to call these mid-length par 4s, even with this uphill. It's still a mid-length par 4 for these guys. It's a monster bomb to get over everything. And we'll see if we've got enough elevation. No. I mean, you got to be a 330 carry type player to go even think about it.
Bryson did it yesterday.
Folks, when you see the ball speed number pop up there, you need to be in the mid 180s here if it's going to cover the corner. Maybe push that 190 spot. That wasn't even close to carrying.
Whatever that is. Right edge, yeah. Even to there. Where you pointed on the map is perfect.
Hole, please.
And that gives you room.
So you agree of like hitting a higher, harder one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you need.
Yeah.
And it's not going too far.
And the beauty of a great design, a great test, fade's hard to fit on this hole. Even though all these guys like to fade it, or the majority, probably 80%. This is asking for a going draw.
Well, he tried to take it over the trees yesterday and hooked it left, ended up making a double bogey. And I thought I heard him just say high, hard one. This is right at the top of the trees.
Carried them, but didn't reach the fairway.
That was a 181 ball speed, so it was on the borderline. If he does, still could get blocked out right there. It's close. We'll see.
For Collin, he just needs to aim it at the drip line of those hardwoods. Just like that. And this one actually moving a little more than the rest of his tee balls today.
But still in the fairway, just a little further back.
And had it been dry and bouncy, that would be in the rough.
Jonathan Vegas has the lead, but Max Homa's only one back. The Queen City. Professional golfers spend a lot of time on the road, but do they know how to get to the cities they roll into? Let's see who can come up with the right nickname for Charlotte, North Carolina.
Pop quiz. What is the nickname of Charlotte, North Carolina?
I have no idea. I have no clue. I have no idea.
What is the nickname of Charlotte, North Carolina?
The Queen City.
Nailed it.
I went to Wake.
I know, but not a lot of guys
It took
got
me
that.
9 years to graduate, but I think I got that one.
And just to be clear, it did not take Willie Z 9 years to graduate in Winston-Salem. Will Zalatoris is a smart man. That man knows what this town is called because he won here 8 years ago. There are two Queen Cities, Cincinnati the other. Charlotte very proud to be called that. Tee shots here at the second.
You know, it's honestly not a proper test if I don't force you or severely handicap you somewhere. If I can't make you shape a tee ball both directions at some point during the round, I'm gonna make you compromise.
A little bit of debris on the ball of Collin Morikawa. It's on the right side, Mark. It's not a lot, but it's enough.
Well, the theory says it has a tendency to fly the opposite direction.
Yeah, but with this angle,
And I contend the more spin you put on a muddy ball, the better it flies. You don't see them complaining as much when they have a short iron in their hand as when they have a mid iron. And the mid and long irons have less spin.
I'm feeling it off the left. To me, if I hit a solid one like I did the 5-iron, I think 6, problem is it brings in long left.
100%. This is the right idea with everything, and you can actually miss this left side of the green.
There's a guy sitting on my light form.
Yep, I see him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
Describe the shot one more time.
still flat cut, stock flat cut.
Perfect. Do it.
.187 raw. Give it another 7 up. Sounded like 6-iron. And it is going left.
That will take all of his skills.
You been there before?
Unfortunately.
DJ not wasting any time.
Needs to shut down.
And Dustin Johnson's ball racing through the green there.
I'd rather have Collins, I think.
Yeah.
This is the worst lie I have seen all week for Justin Thomas. He actually had to check to see if it was embedded, and it was not. You can't even see his shoes. It is gnarly and twisted and thick at the bottom. It's good to be young, good to be strong, and it's even better, Mark Brooks, to have superior technique.
Just bustled it right up there, middle of the green. Just be very intentional about direction here. Steep, control that face. You can see he was really controlling the face there. Not the most glamorous of poses, but nonetheless, it got to the center of the green. They are not having to deal with a lot of wind out there. It's pretty obvious from that beautiful shot of the front of the clubhouse.
A little breeze might be welcome. It's starting to get pretty muggy.
And the temperature will increase as the day continues. Justin Thomas currently at 2 over par. It's awfully early to start talking about the cut line, given that play won't finish until after 8 p.m. tonight. But it is 1 over right now.
It's never too early to start talking about the cut. Spent half my career talking about the cut, worrying about the cut, thinking about the cut.
Justin's outside that number at the moment. Has a lot of time to change that.
Well, the old school, we'll go back quite a ways. You took the first round score, you doubled it and added 1. That doesn't apply anymore. But with these conditions not changing that much between the two, you could probably do the double the score, which would put it right at 2 over par.
Nasty looking thing here for Collin. Kind of looks like a egg sitting down in a Cobb salad. Lettuce all around it. You're gonna have to move it all. You can't get down to the ball here. This is gonna have to be played like a bunker shot. Almost hitting it heavy on purpose. Just a hard shot.
Scotty Scheffler on the property early today. Tees off in just under 3 hours. 69 yesterday, overcoming that double bogey. Oh, Dustin Johnson not able to get to the green. I like how Scotty had his credential ready, just in case anybody tried to stop him. In DJ's defense, you have to be so defensive from where he played his last shot, and it is still on your mind here too.
He's thinking about making it. He's thinking about that and what time the flight's going to take off. You know, Taylor and Mark, you mentioned Scotty Scheffler coming in with his credential on, but last year, Friday at the PGA,
yeah,
he needed more than his credential.
Oh my goodness, that was one of the wildest things you'll ever see in all of sports. Guy that's ranked #1 in the world getting arrested, having his tee time changed so he can come back and play in the PGA Championship.
You have to hit this one harder than you think. Into the green a little bit, and as it slows, it will twist towards the right side of the green.
Pretty good lead right there. Trying not to blast it by.
Meanwhile, for Collin, there should be a significant amount of movement from left to right for this one, Ned.
I hit this putt on Tuesday several times and could not hit it high enough.
So y'all have that in common.
Along with about everybody else who's ever had that putt.
Yes. Jonathan Vegas still in the lead. He's 1 over through 6 today. At 6 under by himself. 3 players at 5 under. Ryan Gerard doesn't tee off till 2:26. Aaron Rai is 5 under. And one of the last players in the field, Michael Thorbjornsen, he played last week on the PGA Tour, is the only man in that tournament that wasn't in this tournament. And he was an alternate when the week began, but now he's in the field and he's tied for second. It's a 6 for DJ.
One of those rounds where if you're playing by yourself or playing with a few buddies, clubhouse is just behind the grandstand here. You might ease your way over there, call it a day.
Well, his middle 18 was 82, just to bring up a sad fact. 43 yesterday afternoon on the back and 39 opening.
It is the closest green to the clubhouse. And to the grill, for that matter.
Let's watch JT make this, and then there'll be a beverage. That was solid, confident.
Left center.
There have been a number of people that have received some support this week. We have so much respect for Keith Wood, Scott Davenport, Preston Cole, Tom DeLozier, all the people that work here at Quail Hollow. How about a shout out to Nick and to Julio and to Marco and to Marcos, all the other people that work at Quail Hollow Club do such a fabulous job. Destiny, Taylor, Alexis. It's just one of those many places that has an incredible commitment to service. As you take a aerial look at the 18th hole with the creek running all the way down the fairway there, Jonathan Vegas was red hot on the same side he's playing right now. Last night, shot 30 on it last night. It's 1 over through 6 this morning on that same side.
Yeah, Max, looks like Max dropped 1 at the 13th, which would be number 4. The par 3, 7-iron shot.
Interested to see what some of these big names do today. Bryson DeChambeau's 2 under on his round. Scotty Scheffler starts his round at 2 under. Xander Schauffele will start at 1 over. Rory McIlroy better get busy. 3 over.
How about the post age 50 Richard Bland?
He was in the dinner with you the other night.
He was. I must have inspired him. He's 2 under par.
Won the senior PGA Championship last year.
One of my favorite holes. 471 today. They've chosen not to use the back tee here either round. They have a new back tee. Great ball striking test here.
More. Yeah. Small. Still very small.
It's now only the second time he's missed a fairway, but they're back to back.
Starting middle of that first one. No.
Didn't hit it well, and it's down the left side, and he's going to be a long way back in the rough.
All of Morikawa's momentum he had those first 8 holes has evaporated. A double bogey on his 9th hole and a bogey on his 11th.
Scorched down the left center.
Jonathan Vegas just birdied the 7th. He's back to 7 under. His lead is 2. Collin Morikawa is 6 behind.
There's no more misunderstood idea in the world of competitive sports than legacy, because it means something different to every man, rooted in long ago ambitions and dreams. And so the true prize of a major championship isn't a sterling silver trophy or an enormous check, but something that lives in the distant mountain mist of tomorrow. What it means is a mystery, even to the golfer who wins it, and can only be revealed in time.
That's what's so great about this event is it has such a premium level field, and it identifies who is playing the best in that premium level field each year. Wright Thompson did a great job of conveying that, like he always does. Love taking this camera over the lake, looking at that 17th green. Collin Morikawa is in the thick rough left of the 3rd fairway.
Some of the worst rough on the golf course down the left here. Stays well saturated under the shadows of these big hardwoods.
The longer the second shot is, Ned, the less you need to worry about that overhanging tree on the left.
Yes. But we're looking at it to right of it. Yeah.
That's correct.
Because I think I just got to like chase something up.
Well, that's my question. You see something. Because I mean, in reality, our best league other than hitting on the green is the right bunker. Because the fairway grass is going to come down to 20 yards.
It's a good line. Some of this grass is going to do. I'll shut this down a little bit. I had some. Yes, I think I shut it down a little bit. If I put it left out, it's going to land straight out.
Yes, you can try to climb it. 50
and if I get that bunker,
50 to 60 on the left edge. That way, if you shoot straight, goes in the bunker, great. It's fairway and breaks up both towards the hole. Great.
We're looking like guy in orange. Is that what you're talking about? You see the guy in orange? Is that your line? Okay, 50 to 60.
I'm a little bit surprised that he's not going with that 9-wood. He hit a couple of beauties yesterday out of the rough with it, and he even experimented this week with 165 yards, these little low runners out of the rough.
Soft left. Soft left.
Over the bunker. It will be very quick from there.
Well done, Collin. I got it short. Yeah. That was my first. Yeah.
Good look from behind in Morikawa's situation.
Yeah, Brian, we practice that shot.
There's that look for Thomas.
Needs 155 to cover the front edge. The lie is a 6 out of 10, and the tree is definitely a factor. He can go over it. I'm not sure he can get it to the green if he does that, so he's probably going to have to start it a little right and try to put some draw spin.
Yeah, he went for that.
Great play. Fantastic.
Don't you dare roll backwards. That was very well judged and executed.
Just under 160 for DJ. He needs to bring this one in from the clouds.
Another look at Justin Thomas.
Little controlled duck hook around the tree.
He doesn't seem to swing as hard out of the rough as a lot of others do.
Well, he's steep. He can get it steep naturally, but he was just trying to hit that about 130, 35 yards in the air.
Has all the shots. 2 over currently.
He does have all the shots. Might be careful taking him on in a 9-window drill.
Yeah.
Well, it was Tiger, remember, who JT went to see and asked him, what do I need to do to win more majors and more often? And Tiger said, you need more shots. It's one thing to be able to hit them, Mark. It's another thing to be able to do it under the pressure of a major championship.
No doubt about that.
Tell me where you kind of like have the ball down. Yeah.
Shake off that fear of failure.
I'm listening.
Become intentional.
How do you, is that how you do it?
Well, because you can't hope, if you're a fader and you want to draw one, you can't just hope it draws. You have to go in there and make it draw. You have to be intentional to make the ball move the other direction, and that takes some technique changes.
Big wide stance here. Needs some speed. No. Kind of fell backwards on it. Caught a little more ball than he wanted. Mark, I always found it so interesting what you're talking about, be intentional. Roger Federer used to say one of the hardest things to do in tennis was change the direction of the spin on a ball. And you think about that in the context of golf, as a guy who likes to play a fade and then trying to set up to hit a draw.
Let's see where Joe's going here. Yep. You want dying speed right there.
That's low to me. I just don't think there's much pace that needs to come down the slope at all. Yeah, the only thing is if it does get low, it has that uphill cut, but I agree with you, go slightly higher.
Better be bringing this one side door Sally, kind of.
Yeah, I like to read these from the other side to see where it needs to be coming from, and then go send it through that zone.
Need to have a kill point and just let it turn left.
Looks pretty good.
That's great putt, dude. I think top's going. Yeah, I know.
I think the second shot surprised him, Mark, on how well it came out of the rough.
Well, after that tee shot and the good hop on the second, the best news was he was pretty likely to have an uphill putt for par from inside, let's say 6 or 8 feet. The other thing I would say is you play golf one shot ahead. You know, this one shot at a time. Yes, I play one shot at a time, but I plan one shot at ahead. So when like these guys get out of position, I mean, they should immediately, and they do for the most part, immediately go, where do I need to put this ball to have the best chance of making the lowest score on the hole? Period. Not, oh, if that happened, wouldn't that be great? Play one shot ahead, and then you focus on the one in front of you.
Well, the one in front of Justin Thomas right now is awfully inviting. The front portion of the screen is as true of any green out here. What you see is what you get. There's nothing tricky.
That was fun to watch. A birdie from the left rough after a perfectly executed approach.
Yeah, a little pickpocketing there going on. A little pickpocketing.
Yeah, and traditionally that's not the easiest putt to read, and he did a perfect job of it. Now is back to 1 over, 1 under on his round.
Taylor, interesting to hear you say that, this being your home club and you know the golf course so well. I hit several putts here in the practice rounds. I felt like you'd see a lot of made putts here in the front of the third green.
Yeah, you do. You sort of expect a little more break as you come from the front of that green than you get. Bogey for DJ, and now Morikawa with an important putt coming up here. This round is getting away from him a little bit here, Ned, after the double bogey at 18 and the bogey at 2.
Yeah, but he seemed like he's been awfully confident, like baptized by belief all of a sudden in his putter. It's been a little bit balky, but so far he has been decisive, moved quickly, and made just about all of these. And that is going to leave a scar on a scorecard, and Taylor, you were right.
Well, he went to the 18th tee last night at 3 under par, made double bogey there. He went to the 18th tee this morning, his 9th of the day, at 4 under par. And now he walks off of the 3rd green, his 12th of the day, at even.
We have the green mile on the back. It's like we have the dark mile on the front here coming out of the box.
There should be a name for it, too. That 6-hole conglomerate cost Morikawa 4 shots today. Well, the last, I guess, 4 holes have cost him 4 shots. He did make birdie at 16.
Thank goodness.
They go to the par 3 4th.
181. Slightly uphill. You can see that hole location's tailor-made for Collin Morikawa. Fitting there. I didn't mean to wordplay there. He's got the tailor-made hat on. 180 is pretty close to a little stock 7-iron for a lot of these guys out here, and that's pretty much the number.
75 on that line's fine. Of those 3 pines, that's the middle one is where we're pointing on the map.
Not only is Justin Thomas now inside the cut line, the way that he can get hot, he's very much still in the tournament.
Asking a lot of this, but there's not that much wind. I mean, look at the smoke. The smoke's just sitting there. Yeah, and I mean, it's warm. I mean, if there's anything, yes, you're right, it's slightly into you, but only a couple yards. Ball's going.
Yeah. Like a 70, 74. This one.
Yeah, just on that guy in the teal or the tall guy standing right next to him. That's all you're looking for. Just a nice solid one.
Needs 167 yards to cover the bunker on line with the flag. Told me his 8-iron earlier in the week carried 168, and you heard him say it's going, it's warm, it's humid. If he wants to be aggressive, this would be an 8-iron right at it.
You pin high ball.
Good there. They speak with a level of precision I'm unfamiliar with.
I do, but I feel like eight I'm kind of heading this way, you know? Not that way, but...
Can we get, you just hit your stock, full 8 on 70. Fish feels like
I'd rather go short swing smooth.
and that way you can, you know, if you feel like you have to like straighten out the 8 iron with the right hand, it's like, no, that shape. Still, I mean, we'll call it landing over the land 72.
Just right around there.
Yeah, exactly.
That same day, I went through the yardages with Collin Morikawa. He told me he too hits his 8-iron 168. It's his favorite club in the bag. He actually keeps it down with his wedges.
Balls usually go all the way down to the middle of that bunker.
Joe Greiner was trying to talk him into the 7, wasn't he, Mark?
Sounded like it. I got confused.
A little too much information for you.
Oh, for me, how about something a little started out there left the hole and just peel it in there with a 7-iron, or you can take an 8-iron and hammer it right at it. I mean, just it works for him. He doesn't want my advice, that's for sure. I'm just saying, I don't know that everyone can handle that much information.
Justin Thomas has another chance at birdie here at the 4th. Mark, I'm a little worried about Morikawa and where he is in this bunker.
Well, we'll see if our virtual view is as accurate. You can see so far today, 75%, 3 out of 4 have gotten up and down. Should have gotten down to the flat, but we're about to see. Yeah, no problem.
No problem. He's actually a little bit on the upslope.
Yep.
And the sand is nicely broken up and raked. He can hit any shot that he wants. This is as basic as you can get.
Choked way up on this thing. A little too slippy. Slipped it under there a little too quickly.
We might lose Ned here in a minute. They're cooking up a storm behind the 4th green.
You might lose me when we get to the 7th green. Happened to notice a little Elijah Craig tent over there.
Uh-oh, yeah.
Curious what kind of signature cocktail you have here this week.
That was that's a new activation over there.
All these tournaments have these signature drinks. My favorite so far has been the Motor City Moscow Mule up in Detroit.
They have some good rounds out on the golf course today. Max Homa 6 under through his first 15 holes, and he is now tied for 4th at 4 under. Matthew Pavone, 5 under through 12 this morning, is now tied for 2nd. 2 behind Jonathan Vegas. Vegas is even on his round through 8 holes. 7 under par. Here we talked about the 30 that Vegas shot on this side of the golf course last night. How about the birdie on his last hole? The ball is inches from going in that bunker, that fairway bunker, and from well outside 200 yards made birdie. Look how much break Dustin Johnson needs to play here. Well done. One of a number of big-time players that he's going to miss the cut, and there are a number of players big time guys that are outside the cut line right now. Ludwig Oberg, Hideki Matsuyama, Sepp Straka, Ricky Fowler, Shane Lowry, they're all at 2 over par.
Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan Spieth at 3 over. Rory McIlroy will start the day on that number. Brooks Koepka starts the day 4 over. Thomas inside the line now and has a chance to get back to even par.
Left to right, one ball. When he's missed putts like this from left to right, he's left them low.
Pull it. Ed, he tried to play that to go the other way.
He most certainly did, Mr. Brooks.
Definitely played it out right. And then it went right. Hung in there for a long time and just got fooled.
Well, this one may lie to you a little bit.
Better not.
It feels like and looks like it's going left to right.
Well,
this knuckle on the right side of the green almost pushes it back to the left. So I'm thinking firm and right in the heart.
All right, there you go in a fist pump. He needed that.
So the part of the game that takes the most precision, he's quick at. The one that you're out there 200 yards, 180 yards, and you're getting down to the inch. It just, I don't get it. So
I can't think of anybody that does it the way he does it.
Well, I mean, Johnny Miller back in the day went through a stretch where he got his yardages to the foot. But I think even he would admit it was a little more of a mental thing.
Yeah, but in the current game, to your point, there are a number of players like Dustin Johnson that take almost no time on the tee or on approach and then take considerable amount of time on the greens. Morikawa, he's the opposite.
I'm not criticizing, I'm observing. And obviously he's one of the best iron players, arguably been one of the best iron players out here for quite a while. So he is capable of precision. I'm just like, if you were going for that precision and they didn't keep coming, they didn't come off, I would get more and more discouraged. So I'm going to give myself a little more margin for error, and then when it turns out good, I'm going to be happy.
Next May, also known as the 30-year anniversary of Mark Brooks' PGA Championship win, it returns to Wanamaker.
And I'll assure you I was not precise.
It's in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon.
Great golf course there.
It will not be a home game for me next year, but Ned, you know what I think we need to do? We need to have a 30-year anniversary party for Brooksy next year in Philly.
That's a no-brainer. That's done. I think we should probably celebrate all year, actually.
The three of us have never turned down a party.
Why would you?
Keep it between these bunkers, Ned, and the left bunker is your friend more than those right ones are.
And they turned the fan on all of a sudden. A little breeze back into his face. Just remarkable how much better he's swinging today than yesterday.
No question. Thanks, Dad.
Some sort of good conversation with Mike overnight has worked today.
Well, I'm telling you.
You're a beauty.
Oh my God.
That's a quick transition and flared it way right.
If he's right of the bunkers, he might have a chance to play towards the green, but if he's in those bunkers, there are big lips that guard those bunkers.
Okay. Far.
That was pure. Dustin's going to have about, it looks like about 3 weeks off to get things sorted out, rested up.
Vegas's lead is 2 currently in the 107th PGA Championship.
I'm definitely in a better place. I think there's something in me that enjoys the challenge of figuring out this is my new lifestyle. I want to make sure that I'm helping my wife as much as I can with Molly, and now it's like, okay, hey, I'm practicing X to Y tomorrow. I wrote letters to both my parents before Molly was born because I think I've definitely viewed them differently than I have. They weren't just mom and dad, they were who raised me. And it was like I was about to go into this life of I'm about to raise this human being, and however Jill and I decide to raise her to an extent is how she is going to be. It made me appreciate them. It just took me almost 32 years to figure that out, but I finally realized it.
Something very fulfilling about hearing someone say those things about their parents and about their wife and children. Of course, Justin now is married to Jill, as he said, and their daughter Molly that was pictured there. Ranked 5th in the world last year at the PGA Championship, right before the event, when he received the key to the city. He was so moved by that, so gracious. He's concentrating on competing in this PGA Championship right now, where he won it back in Charlotte in 2017. Of course, would win it in Tulsa 3 years ago. Fairways and the greens were a problem yesterday. Was struggling off the tee and on approach, but today he's been terrific. Meanwhile, Morikawa is in that bunker.
Yeah, talk me through, like, ideally, I think I land this 7-8 short. Yep. So, 73, 65. You want to stay left a little bit?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I feel like you can cover this. Not necessarily the chip from right of the green. It's easier than this if you're finished at the blue flag.
It's like that's not that downwind, that downhill.
Yeah, just like a corner.
Okay.
So
I mean, I like starting it on the blue flag because that's the tip of this tree and cutting it. It seems like the wind and everything kind of helping the cut a little into.
Yep.
Well, you heard him say 165. That's not sounding like quite enough, but I think he's mainly just trying to get it over the bunker. You see the blue flags in the grandstand. That's where he's hit it. Sounded heavy. It's floating to the right.
And carried just on the front.
I don't think that's what he meant to do, but he likes it now.
Fortunate break to be so far back in that bunker to be able to play to the green. Now Thomas
Well, this is a good one to be aggressive on. A little bit of breeze into his face so he can use that to bring it down lightly. Give you 175 when you factor in the breeze and the uphill. No debris on the ball. I heard him say mud, but I took a good look at it, and if there was mud, it was a couple blades of grass.
Good shot by DJ. Our group that we had yesterday morning better get a move on today, Brooksy. There's another Brooksy.
Yeah, he's got the burnt orange on today. Love it.
I know you love that. He's a Florida State Seminole. Ricky Fowler start the day at 2 over. Couldn't get really anything going yesterday.
Where are his clothes?
They're in the locker room, I bet.
Oh, okay.
Shane Lowry had a rocky relationship with his putter on Thursday. Has had an outstanding 2025.
Locking it on number 4 yesterday. 68 feet.
33 putts though in total.
I gave you the highlight.
Yes, you did. The highlight. JJ Spawn just made another birdie. He's now tied for second with Matthew Pavone.
And Johnny Vegas parred the tough 9th. Go out and even par in his second round. There may have been a little debris on Justin's ball, but it came out left.
I'd love to hear a recount of somebody just asking, what happened on 5? Well, it had a big clump of mud on it, right? That's what I would say as the player. Well, if he's going to pick up the spare and save par here, it's going to require something special. Working in his favor is the light grass, the light green grass that you see around his golf ball is easier to play from. It's a little thinner, doesn't have quite the root structure the dark green grass does. So he can get this up in the air.
So he needs to conjure up some of that number 16 from yesterday.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right.
Make your mistake long. I'd like to aim at a basket on top of the flag stick for these. Trying to land it in the flag stick way up on top.
I don't think you can carry it more than 3 paces on the green and keep it close to the flag.
Yeah, but your mistake's got to be a little long here.
100% accurate.
He didn't really go for the big high one there. Parachute shot.
It was just a small target in which he can land it.
Yeah, I thought he might go 4 times that high. There's only 2 ways to slow a golf ball down, generally speaking, when you're playing those shots. It's either with spin, which you didn't have the option of, or the other is trajectory. It's got to be coming down steep.
This hole, putting on this green requires all of your attention, especially when you're putting from distance. This from 57 feet away.
Slow but straight.
He's had a lot of those today.
JT just taking a few moments to do some house cleaning, some housework. Greens are pure, but you're allowed to repair and tap down spike marks now. DJ from the other side of the hole. This will wiggle towards the front from his toes to his heels.
I'd like to do some tap dancing.
You know, there is I'd say a really good chance he's on his boat before sunset tonight.
I'm going to agree with that. You might already have it fully fueled and everything.
JT doesn't live far away from DJ. This is a par attempt here for Thomas after the mistake in the middle of the fairway. He thought it was impacted by debris. This is from 14 feet.
And at the very, very end, as it's losing speed, will dive to the right.
Nothing going right. Nope.
Solid.
And another fist pump. Hanging around.
Can I bring up the cut?
Sure.
You said it was too early a while ago.
I think we're getting into.
I know JT, Mr. Thomas, is not worried about the cut. However, he's probably right on it. So it'd be nice to get ahead of it with that ninth hole looming as your finishing hole today.
It still is 1 over the cut. We have 73 players at 1 over or better. Thomas, Spieth, Matsuyama, Straka, Fowler, Lowry, Day, they're all at 2 over.
I'm fairly I'm confident with the 2 over.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. You can see some of these guys that are on that cut line.
I'm not liking 3.
Right now, the 4 different feature groups and the feature holes are live on ESPN Plus. Bryson's playing well today. He's with Victor Hovland and Gary Woodland.
I think if you left town at 2 over after finishing, you might have to have a return flight. We know someone that did that one year.
In fact, Bryson is 3 under right now on his round.
Not going anywhere.
It's a great story, and he loves to talk about it. He makes fun of himself for it. He thought he missed the cut in the 2021 PGA Tour event here in Charlotte and flew home to Dallas and received word in midair that you might want to turn around. So he actually said, well, I'll just sleep in my bed, and came back, dark 30, and ended up finishing 9th that weekend. On the 6th tee.
That might have been that 9 wood.
It might have been. It could have been the 5 wood.
Okay, 252. He scrubbed something off of that. Right on the front edge. Three is a good score here today. It is every day.
You know it's a serious par 3 with bad intentions when DJ's got fairway metal in hand.
I'm going with some kind of little 7 wood. Little 3-finger 7 wood.
That's going to come down from the clouds.
Outstanding.
Sure, now it starts behaving.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
It is.
Just a little bit of help. Yeah, like fine. Exactly what you call it.
Longest iron in JT's bag is his 4-iron.
Well, that's what this is.
Carries it 225 yards. So they're counting on it down the breeze, and it's there right now. Still there. As a matter of fact, it just picked up a little bit.
It's down 8.
Downwind.
You got it there. That one's going to be interesting.
Thomas has won the Wanamaker Trophy twice. Jonathan Vegas has the lead at 7 under par.
And we're back here at the 107th playing of the PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow. Making a move. He had slowed down momentarily with 1 bogey. He's done more than recover. He's down 7 under par. That was a chip and a tap in for birdie. Max is 7 under par, 2 shots behind Johnny Vegas, who's playing his 10th hole of the day. Ned, this is a long one.
It's going to require a full shoulder turn. But once again, like we said, when you have a part of your game that is deficient, somehow golf always seems to identify it. But he's shorted up. So far, it looks good this week. But if he gets it inside of 6 feet, that would be a seriously good effort.
By the way, that entire group, that Homa group that he's playing with, they're 2 groups ahead of Morikawa's. Homa is 7 under on his round. Joaquin Niemann is 4 under on his round to get to 1 under in total. And Lucas Glover he shot even yesterday. He's even today through 34 holes. So all 3 of those guys playing terrific golf.
They're drafting off each other.
That's right.
Max has got on full flaps going right now.
How many feet are we working with here, fellas?
Let's see. 79.
79 feet. And it's all uphill. And breaks a lot from right to left. Yes. Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, and yes on another one of those. And no on where Justin left his tee shot here.
Well, he's got a little bit of a break mark in that he's not up against the eyelash here of the second cut. So he has virtually every shot that he could want available to him.
On the ground is a good option.
I agree.
I'm not a big fan of the one hopper here.
And the way he's looking at this tightly mown area, he's thinking along the same lines.
The really nice thing is these closely mown areas are so well maintained. They're quite consistent with the bounce.
If you had a little pitching wedge or 9-iron bump and run, this would be a great time to deploy it. I think he'll do that with just more loft, put it back in his stance, lean that shaft forward.
I think he's going for the one hopper. Landed about 4 feet short of this putting surface.
Oh, I'd like to see it 3 or 4 hops and then release.
That. Well, I was afraid of it. 2 hopped. I didn't like that play, but I'm not caddying.
It was right between, wasn't it? He needed to go lower or carry it farther, one of the two.
And that's why the rolling of the ball is more predictable in a lot of cases. It don't look now, but it's kind of getting serious for him.
Yes, it is. 2 over par and currently 1 shot outside the cut line. You have done a lot of caddying, though.
I have.
Over 800 starts as a player. How many starts do you think you've had as a caddy on some circuit?
Oh, including junior golf? 50. My favorite caddy job was carrying my bag for Willie Wood one year to get him through to the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
In the sectional. When he was still in college. And I said nothing all day.
Dustin's brother Austin is his caddy.
That would be Willie Wood of Oklahoma State PGA Tour winner fame. One of the all-time great putters and players. But I've caddied out here in the last 10 years, probably 20 times. It's a great way to get close enough to your player to know what's really going on. Part of their, see how their decision-making process is going.
Well, we know one thing about Justin Thomas. He's a grinder, and he's got a lot of heart. He made a few good ones yesterday to keep the round together. This one's relatively what you see is what you get. It's downhill a touch and collects towards the front of the green. Come on, JT.
It's just under 20 feet. And it goes without saying, that needs to go in. Four and a half feet.
Proper pace. It's straight in the left center.
Suddenly he has a few things to worry about too. If he makes that next one, he'll be the 72nd player at 1 over par or better.
If there's been a weakness in JT's game this season, and you had to really look to find one because he's played beautifully all year. Putts of this length, right to left, he will sometimes get the face a little bit closed and pull it. That was rock solid, though.
Might need one or two coming in. See what happens by the end of the day. The good news is they're going to the birdieable par 5 7th.
They are. Take a little break here. Regroup. I wouldn't bet my house, but I would definitely bet my pre-owned vehicle that 2 over par gets a tee time.
What about Rory's house?
Well, of course I'd bet his house.
He's 3 over going into.
Oh, you mean does he play the weekend? That would be. I thought that's where you were headed.
Yeah, I was.
He plays the weekend.
I agree. 147 start for him. And Xander and Scotty. And we will have it on ESPN Plus. There's some nice houses at the 7th, Brooksy.
Starting behind the tee there, all the way down. Kind of goes without saying. You got to hit the fairway here. Play the hole like you want to play it. 552 yards. It's not much longer than some of the par 4s out here. This one has a little more business going on up here around the green, however. Fantastic, fun, risk reward. Give a nod to Arnold Palmer for this one. He loved par 5s that were risk reward. Lots of birdies to be made, but starts with a tee shot. See a lot of birdies here. Right down that walk path.
Right there.
Right there.
Careful.
Begging.
Around the edge.
Well, we've got the safe signal for DJ from the marshal.
Yeah, that right side has a little bit of a
Just a solid one gets
rough
there.
beard along.
Just need a smooth, just a little more better time.
And again, you can't feel any breeze back on the tee, but they were counting on a little downwind back there on 6, so you know that it's at your back. It's pushing it towards the creek. That one started left, but came back to the fairway. That was nice.
That's his fairway finder. And there is fairway right over that ridge, so I think DJ's even in the fairway. We lost one over there yesterday that was in the fairway. We just could not see it.
Our director, Chris Ohlmeyer, says confirmed.
Driven the ball beautifully today. Definitely set up for his power fade.
Has missed his last 2 drivers to the left.
Same thing. On the border, on the edge. Now way left. Oh, it's one little strip there. Hope he got lucky enough to get in it.
Jonathan Vegas just birdied the par 5 10th. He's now 8 under and leads by 3.
You can see today, 28 birdies, outpacing the pars. Those 4 bogeys are either missed fairways or misstruck seconds. You can still lay up if you've missed fairway here. Justin's going to depend on his lie over there in the left rough.
Decent.
Decent?
Decent. Good enough where he stands to par. He might
give it a go.
Yeah, try something ambitious.
Such a beautiful hole.
It is. You could argue it's the signature hole at Quail Hollow. The holes around the water get most of the attention, and I mean the big lake over on the other side of the course. But in terms of just one hole and how much beauty it has, the 7th at the QH is hard to top. There used to be a tree, Ned, that hung over the left side of this pond up there, and let's say 3-4 years ago, big storm knocked it down. And that tree would have been a factor on this shot too, right here for Dustin Johnson.
Well, we're back on the clock, so he's going to move quickly. Decided just to lay it up. Not too worried about his next shot. But for Collin Morikawa, this is not a shot that you want to have to play with the clock ticking in your mind.
Although that could be a good thing.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well for him on 16.
Yeah, a little quicker decision.
247, that's what my math has. That's a perfect 5-wood. Carries that 248 yards.
Go!
This has got to hang on. It's drifting right.
Off the rocks. It bounced on land. We will find out. The other question is did it bounce on land above the penalty area after it hit the rocks?
Looks like it did. I just don't know where the line is.
More limbs, obviously.
Pretty big limb.
They probably saw that.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I'm.
Those guys did give the up signal to Collin Morikawa.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. I mean, if we want to get it, if you want to just get it down this fairway, down this way, which obviously it makes this shot easier.
Yeah. What this would be, just because I'd obviously want to hit something and I don't feel like I have to knock down. I could just hit.
That one has that tree from 100 to deal with.
I'm good. Are you good with this? I mean, being down
I'm
like
okay
this,
with it. Yeah, I mean, as far as if we're hitting it underneath the tree, you need something like that. Otherwise, we're just wedging out this way, which is fine. I know it makes the third one a little harder.
Oh, this is dicey. A lot of grass behind the ball. It is down green, but hard to create any kind of side spin out of this rough.
Bunker. Should be in the bunker.
Bunker. A little bit of luck, a lot of talent. It went right through the branches of the tree.
Okay, so that's the up signal for Collin Morikawa's ball. And Justin Thomas, after an aggressive, gutsy second shot, has put himself into that greenside bunker. It will be a challenging third from there to that back right hole location that is up on a shelf.
Well, it also lets you know he knows where he is.
I've seen Ned do a lot of running in the last few years. I want to see him run around and see that golf ball in just a second. Meanwhile, over at the 10th, we told you about Johnny Vegas making birdie here. This was the eagle putt from the front fringe. He made that. He's 8 under. He leads by 3 over Homa, Spawn, Rye, Pavone, Thorbjornsen, and Gerard. And right as I say that, Pavone makes birdie at 14.
113? Yes. Okay.
113 to the hole. Give me 116. A little left of the cup, if you don't mind.
Like so. Mark, Collin Morikawa's second shot in here, and where it ended up could be the difference in him playing golf tomorrow or not.
Well, let's hope it's lying okay.
We're taking a virtual look at it here as it lands on those beautiful rock wall that guards the green, bounced forward on the land in the rough, and it stayed in that rough, Ned.
Not only did it stay in the rough, it's got a perched up lie on the upslope, and it's the most straightforward of the two up and downs. He's working straight up the slope, whereas JT has to deal with this half moon crevasse that chases through his entire shot. If he gets it too far right, it won't get up the hill, and it'll just curl all the way back down towards where Morikawa is.
And it's about 35 yards to the hole on top of that.
Wow.
I'm going to give a little bit of that to the factor on the clock. He didn't have enough time, or as much time as he would have liked, to have studied that. Morikawa is straight at it.
So slow coming up that hill, and that next putt he has will be slow. Meanwhile, Thomas here, Mark,
just bounced into it a little bit. Came out fast. The good news is on an upslope, and he's made one similar to this yesterday.
And Ken Tackett, the rules official now with this group, is standing just to Justin's right as the watch out.
Like visibly?
He's right there. Just walk past this grass back here. If you stood here for a few minutes, it might tie your shoes together. And this is sticky, tricky stuff.
sit down.
I just don't know he could have done it any better. He hit the shot he wanted to.
Yeah, this day's not tasting as good right now as it did maybe an hour and a half ago.
Three shots that you probably wouldn't like to have while on the clock. A long bunker shot that was complicated. A short-sided flopper from the rough. And now a putt of some 45 feet that changes elevation of 7 feet and has 3 different breaks in it.
Oh, the back of my neck would be burning right now.
Yes.
Burning. But I'm going to point out very directly, these players, they've taken a lot of, let's say, command or responsibility for the tour and how it's run, and they are the ones that have asked for the faster play and the stricter penalties. So they need to always keep that in mind when they're being pushed along.
This would be like stealing. But go ahead and make it for birdie.
Take advantage.
And he did. How about that?
That's huge.
A rock ball birdie at the par 5 7th for Collin Morikawa.
Remember when I was talking about all the precision things a while ago? Sometimes it's how many, not how. Margin for error.
Dustin Johnson makes his putt.
That's up and down from 113.
Well, no matter what, Justin Thomas has had a fantastic 2025. And now falls back to 4 over.
Somehow I don't think he gives a rap about that right now.
No, he's thinking about this week.
Yes, sir.
Needs at least 1 birdie, maybe 2, and we'll see what happens this afternoon.
Well, just get all pumped up and knock it on the green here at 8. Make it 2. It's fair to call this a birdie hole. If you can somehow conjure up a beast of a drive here, you can see it's only 326 yards to carry that front right bunker. Somehow skirt it around there and get yourself a putt at 2, Justin. You know this hole. Is this a layup hole location or push it up there, Taylor? Push?
I would. With
Back
that
right?
Back right hole location, yes. I think that's one of the friendliest hole locations. Yesterday was, which means tomorrow and Sunday could be challenging.
Yeah. Let's go, Coastal Carolina!
And to be fair, Collin's the one who needs to make the decision here in this group, really.
Like finishing on that solo, the right guy in the block.
Decision made.
Yeah, you like that? Good lie.
Might want to reach on back on this one. Get that left heel off the ground backswing. Create some vertical force here, which he does a great job of.
Light the candle!
Good place to play from.
Yes, sir.
For your second shot. Jonathan Vegas is 8 under par. He leads Matthew Pavone by 2, and Max Homa just shot 64. the Queen City, uptown Charlotte. Brooks Koepka, Ricky Fowler, and Shane Lowry coming up at the top of the hour.
This is a beautiful city.
Yes, it is.
So many great trees, and good topography, and great people.
Queen Charlotte was part of King George's royal family, and when this city was discovered, it took on the Queen City's name, and it has been beautiful ever since. Morikawa and Johnson in the right rough. Thomas, great place to play from, especially with his wedge game.
There's bad company in the right-hand rough today. Under the shadows. At least it's a little cooler, but you've got no angle. The only good thing in your favor is hole locations perched on the back porch. So all you have to do is get it over the bunker, and if it stays on the green, you'll have an uphill putt.
52 cover on the green, 67 hole.
Going straight at it, huh?
Yeah.
Ramp something around.
Yep, exactly. Tree check.
Still would like to get a little height on it.
Perfect.
It's Ken Tackett, part of the PGA Championship Rules Committee.
He's looking at his watch. We got to be pretty close. Carry.
Got it.
Yeah. No clue.
Terrific now.
8 feet right under the hole.
Shows you how fine the line is here out of this stuff.
Johnson.
Floated right.
That's hole hard.
Well, you have to believe it's firmed up a little bit. You have to think I'm going to get the big bounce.
Needs to find the jar. Checked up into that slope.
Put eyes on this again. Yeah.
I guess that's when a chronograph comes in handy. An accurate one.
Okay.
All right, I'll bite. What is it? Never heard of it.
A chronograph?
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's a wristwatch that also has a stopwatch built in. 2 for 1.
And now I know.
And it would tell you that they are going to play in under 5 hours. They teed off at 7:49 this morning.
They're supposed to play in 4 hours and 45 minutes.
The group in front of them is on the 9th hole, and they are in the fairway at the, or there they are. They're coming up the green at the 9th.
Watch this thing shimmy to the front of the green. It looks benign, but it has some serious teeth.
Oh, good call there.
almost directly up the fall line here for JT. It will just labor its way up the hill, and as it loses pace, it'll fall to the right. So give me a cup out on the left.
He needed it. And he's got a chance.
And he does. That had some nice pace. See, no doubt, because they're not doubting.
These fist pumps in a row from Collin. Putter is behaving, and now back to red figures. It's been a busy scorecard.
You want the on the clock update since we're kind of dealing with that?
Yeah, we might.
12:19 is when they should have finished this hole.
Ken Tackett having a little chat with Collin on the way to the ninth. I'll try to get an update, but there might be.
They're 11 minutes over their time. So
Collin is getting a little bit heated. It might have been given a warning. I'll get to you in a minute here.
Let's go, Collin. The cut line has moved to 2 over. It's now tied for 69th. So now you have 90 players inside the cut line. As we go to the beast called the ninth.
You got me distracted. 520 yards today. Kind of a middle left hole location. Not much breeze to deal with. Just another great ball striking, traditional, classic, major championship golf hole. No faking it here.
I'll let you know that nothing has been assessed, no warnings. Just it was a quick conversation between Ken and Collin. This one blistered down the right center.
Down.
310
working towards the bunker.
Yeah, 310 today.
All right, go.
Groups in front of these guys. Max Homa 64 and now 5 under. Joaquin Niemann 67, now 1 under. Lucas Glover up and down from 78 yards here at the last for par to shoot 1 under and is 1 under. It somehow did go right into the first cut, and that's a big break.
That is.
DJ has certainly hit the ball well enough to have scored significantly better than where he stands. It's just been on the greens. I'm not sure that one's coming back, though.
Justin Thomas could be fighting that cut. Morikawa's gotten hot. Jonathan Vegas leads. a wild ride for Collin Morikawa. He came out like gangbusters this morning. He made birdie at the 10th, big nice par save at 11, then made this birdie at 12, pars at 13, 14, and 15, and then gained over a shot on the field with birdie at 16. And then on the 18th, went into the water, made double bogey there. Made bogey at 2, at 3, and at 6. This is the par miss at 6.
He had missed a short one on the 3rd hole to the right.
And this could be the difference, Mark, in playing golf tomorrow.
Well, I agree with you there.
Instead of in the water, hits the rocks, stayed in the rough,
and actually slowed down. He went straight up.
Pitched it to here.
Rolled
Made
it to there. Yeah, rolled it to there.
And then at the 8th,
on the clock, no time to doubt it.
And is back to even par for the day, 1 under for the PGA Championship. And he's got over 230 yards to go here at the 9th.
238 to be exact.
Well, I think it's better when we're trying to hit it. 5 wood, I might try to start left and the wind will take 3. Happy with that? Yeah. Landed on that blue flag right in the middle.
There's a 9er involved. 9 wood. He can max it out at 240 yards.
Well, this is not your grandmother's 9 wood then.
Oh, is this handsome looking? Right at the center of the green.
That ain't no 9 wood right there. Still rolling. There's one of those roll-offs.
Visited the green.
Joe says 9 wood.
We'll let you know that DJ went ahead and played. Smashed his iron into the pine tree his ball was resting against. All DJ could do was get it back in position. But for Justin Thomas,
Right? Yeah. I'm just only raising the off the right. So then more than 2.
well, my math says 212 yards. That is the exact distance he hits a 5-iron.
Well, he needs to hit one and put a parachute on it at about 210.
We're going to find out. He could go hard 6 and use the wind to draw it in there.
Yeah, JT.
Looks like he went upstairs with it.
He did, over the top of the trees.
Settle. Boy, is that really, really good right there. I mean, really good.
Currently 1 shot out of the current cut line. Make that 2. It just went back to 1 over. But the projected cut is going to go to 2 over par here shortly. So that could be a very big putt for Thomas coming up. Exactly 70 players right now at 1 over.
So a proper projected cut would factor in the scoring average
exactly
for sure. And
That's
it's
right.
going to be +2. Unless they start giving each other putts out there or something this afternoon. Start playing gimmies.
So, Mark, tell us about time par. Does it for this afternoon compared to this morning? Because yesterday the groups that teed off at 2:37 and 2:42, the last groups, they finished after 8 o'clock locally, so it took them over 5 hours to play.
So, per regulation, we do not have a different time par for morning or afternoon. Per reality, the more people that are on the golf course, it takes longer to play as the day progresses.
Right.
Rulings, just things occur. Certainly the weather can play a factor. It's a good look at the just two different grasses. That was beautifully done.
It sure was.
Yeah, those close to mountain areas are a different strain of hybrid Bermuda. Lightly dusted with an overseed. They're just absolutely fabulous.
Tahoma?
Yes, sir. With a little dusting of some of that Arnold Palmer rye. If you stemmed them, stemp meter reading, these greens are what? I mean, championship speed, but they're up there in the 12, 13 range. Those are probably 9, 10. The callers, I love it.
Not a ton, but like.
Just asked Joe Griner if 9 wood, I said, and he sympathetically said, yeah, 9 wood. Went a long way just to show you how hot it's getting. The ball's really moving now.
My 9 wood goes about 160. Hey, that a rip.
Throw down an anchor. Full flaps. Everything.
Are they still on the clock? Just curious. They should be.
I think they actually got cleared. The last I talked with Ken on the tee box, he said he was waiting to hear, but he thought they were in the clear.
Okay. He knew it when he hit it.
If you're Justin Thomas, this is a nice opportunity to gather yourself. Take a little time, take a breath. You actually have it now to read your putt, study it. Also have the announcements for the first tee going on, so you want to make sure you time up your putting between players teeing off over there. Back up the hill from his heels to his toes.
Well, it was an up and down day. Lots of circles and squares on Collin Morikawa's scorecard. And after all that, he's even par. He will be here this weekend. Currently 8 shots behind Jonathan Vegas.
This has to go to the right. It just... doesn't it?
Well, you'd think it has to go in.
It did.
He'll stick around because 3 over has a chance.
Oh, what a great second shot he played in there. Just even give himself the chance.
Not DJ's week. Beautiful up and down here.
It'd be nice to see him get his game ready for Oakmont.
Yes, where he won last time.
Yeah, he had a nice memory there.
Justin Thomas, 73 yesterday, 72 today. It'll be lunchtime for those three. And just a reminder, coming up in 18 minutes, Brooks Koepka, Ricky Fowler, and Shane Lowry tee off.
Yeah, that'll be bitterly disappointing for Justin Thomas not to be playing here after winning here in 17.
The current cut is 1 over. There's 71 players at 1 over or better, so it's drifting towards 2 over, where Fowler and Lowry will start their day. Jonathan Vegas just made birdie at the par 3 13th. He's now 9 under. Leads Matthew Pavone and Michael Thorbjornsen by 3. Pavone 6 under on his round today. As Fowler warms up, Ricky Fowler matches the low round of the championship. Jonathan Vegas 64 yesterday, Homa 64 today. Homa tied for 4th. J.J. Spawn, great round going 4 under through 17. European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald pars his first hole. American Ryder Cup captain Keegan Bradley starts the day 3 under. Bryson DeChambeau is 3 under on his round and in total. The senior PGA champion Richard Bland playing well, currently tied for 12th. There's Scotty Scheffler. He's off in exactly an hour. Brooksy, enjoy your lunch, my friend.
Thank you, Taylor. It was awesome. Can't wait for tomorrow to see what it brings.
Our AM feature group has wrapped up. Golf continues with Will Haskett and Ken Brown, Brooks Koepka, Ricky Fowler, and Shane Lowry. For Mark Brooks and Ned Michaels, I'm Taylor Zarzer. It's been a great morning here at Quail Hollow at the PGA Championship.
with the sun in the sky here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Welcome back to the PGA Championship.
Quail Hollow Club drying out and sorting out this first round leaderboard.
The second major of the year. Events like this appeal to millions because they conjure so many memories of playing the game yourself and watching this championship.
How about this?
With friends, with mothers and fathers, maybe even alone in the gloaming.
Magnificent round.
Paradoxically, for the best in the world, memory itself is the enemy this week.
It's been a tough day for some of the stars in the game.
These golfers don't just compete against each other for the Wanamaker Trophy.
Man, that's not close.
Or even the course.
The green mile just showed its teeth.
So much as they compete against their own memory of what bad can happen.
Not what anyone had scripted.
What bad just happened.
Difficult day, but that's major championship golf.
And what bad lies just around the next corner at Quail Hollow.
We've pivoted to the afternoon of this 2025 PGA Championship, ESPN Plus, and the PGA of America. Welcome you to the second round of the 107th playing of the PGA Championship from Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. It is getting steamy on a Friday afternoon as the world's best tested by one of the most brutal of tests in all of championship golf. And for the second time in a decade, we are back here at Quail Hollow Club. Ned Michael's going to get a quick breather before he's back on the golf course. Ken Brown beside me. I'm Will Haskett. A pleasure to be with you as we monitor the cut coming up today for our second feature group here on ESPN Plus. But there are some golfers on the golf course not worried about the cut so far today. They're worried about if they could win this major championship, because we have had some good golf today, including from our overnight leader. For the first time in his professional career, Jonathan Vegas led after a round in a major, and he has come out today looking like he means business. Starting on the front, made an early bogey. That was a birdie at the par 5 7th to sort of right the ship. He would turn at 7 under par just as he began the day, and then things started to heat up. This was at 10. The par 5 from across the green, laid it up to a perfect position with his length, dribbled it up there. That would be a birdie. So he's taking advantage of the par 5s. Birdies at 7 and at 10 pushed Vegas to 8 under par. He just made birdie at 13 to get to 9 under and open up a 3-shot lead. One of the men he leads is Matthew Pavon, the Frenchman. Dialed in here at 14, laid back at the drivable par 4. And that, a bit of class with the wedge from Pavon. That would lead to birdie. He's got 3 to go, but he's in the green mile at 6 under par. Round of the week, though, how about Max Homa, who has won on this golf course? Started on the back 9, and then this. Could we have a par 4 albatross? The sun was barely over the tree lines when this one was trickling down the green at 14 and nearly would go in. That would be an eagle, and Homa was just getting started. It was back-to-back 2s. Yeah, Max, it was that close. 2s at 13 and 14. He birdied 15 and 18. And then when it's your day, especially on the greens. Diabolical speed, no problem for Max. Rolls that one in to get to 7 under par for the round. He would fall back with a bogey at 4, just off the green here at 7. Chips this one up, mighty tighty for a birdie. A par at 8 and at 9. He shoots 64 to vault into contention to try and win on this golf course for a second time, but also maybe win a major championship here this week. He is 4 back of the leader, Jonathan Vegas, Michael Thorbjornsen, and Matthew Pavon on the back 9, but again, they have to finish on the green mile, 16, 17, and 18. If they were to falter, Johnny Vegas right behind them, trying to open up a little bit of a cushion in this second round. Bryson DeChambeau making a run, 3 under par. He's finishing on the front and still has scoreable holes in front of him at 7 and at 8, so he could make his way to the first page of the leaderboard. The cut today is going to be a big part of the story, not necessarily for these players that you see here, but as we get the big names on the golf course this afternoon, can Scottie Scheffler make a charge up the board towards that lead number, whatever Vegas sets it at. Our feature group just completed. It's going to be a nervous watch this afternoon for a player like Justin Thomas, who's going to need the winds to really blow and for everything to get feisty if he's going to have a crack at it. Other feature groups across ESPN Plus this afternoon besides ours, Phil Mickelson trying to make another cut. It would take a special round if he would want to, but trying to become the man to make the most cuts in PGA Championship history if he were to rally today. Tommy Fleetwood and Jason Day trying to play their way into position in this one. Ken Brown, always an interesting Friday, isn't it? You've got some players that are like, I can put myself in position to win this championship. Other golfers saying, I just want to have a tee time on Saturday.
Yes, just depend on your mindset, how you played yesterday and how you're feeling. You've got to get your form right. The thing about a Friday at a major championship, first of all, you've got to make the cut, and secondly, give yourself a chance if you are going to give yourself a chance. So day 2 is an important round. No breeze about today. It's really an ideal day for scoring. I think the pins are a fraction easier as well.
Jon Rahm, first under par round in a PGA Championship since all the way back in 2018. Matt Fitzpatrick played well yesterday. Patrick Cantlay just couldn't get the putter going. There's the big 3, top 3 in the world. Rory McIlroy, he needs a good one today in what has been maybe one of the best golf courses in his entire career. It kind of feels like a Friday where Rory does something magical today, doesn't it?
Well, yesterday his driving, well, I have to say, even by his standard, was appalling. He hit 4 fairways. He was left and right. So if you're not going to find the fairways, it doesn't matter how far you hit it, it's going to catch you out this golf course. So he needs to find a few more fairways, but you're right. He's capable of going out there and shooting something in the 60s, even in the low 60s.
After the double at 16 yesterday, Scotty Scheffler, as he is apt to do, just started peppering greens. And that was, as Scotty is often to do, Ken, just kind of a quiet little 69. And then he's just there lurking. And that's not a friendly face to have lurking on a leaderboard the way that he got off to a sluggish start yesterday.
Yeah, this was my match yesterday. It was an outstanding round by Scotty Scheffler. Could have so easily slipped away.
Yeah.
And he hung in there and hung in there, and you added it up. Oh, there we are. 69. Wasn't expecting that.
No.
It looked like a 71. He'd have given himself B- for his game, but he just held it all together.
And this will be our group that we will be watching start to finish. You won't miss the second of the round today for Brooks Koepka, Ricky Fowler, and Shane Lowry. Brooks Koepka has never missed a cut in his 12 previous appearances here at the PGA Championship. He has hoisted that Wanamaker Trophy 3 times. Shane Lowry knows what it takes to win a major championship, and Ricky Fowler, also a veteran in this group. All of these players kind of in a similar spot in their professional journeys in terms of majors, all making about 50 or so starts as they're over at the first tee getting ready for their second round tee time, where, Ken, as you look at what these players need to accomplish today, especially a Brooks Koepka who's now arrived on the scene here at 1. It's a tough golf course when you know you have to chase a low number, chase a number in the 60s just to make the cut and give yourself a fight this weekend.
Yeah, it's looking like 2 over is going to be the cut. Depends if the breeze picks up a little bit later on, but yeah, it's a tough old course to press on. But there are opportunities. The course is divided into a couple of sections, so the middle section gives you a little bit of hope. But this opening 2 holes, the first and the second, they are a couple of brutes. The first doesn't give much away, and actually the second is playing more difficult than the first at the moment.
Yeah, you know, sometimes we have golf courses, they'll call it a friendly handshake, right out of the gate, just to let you ease into a round. That is not the case here at Quail Hollow. As the best in the world know, they have to be ready for this very first tee shot.
It's a long one. It's definitely a hard one. You know, when you tee it up in that first hole, you have to hit a perfect drive. You're going to make bogey.
Yeah, it's intimidating. You've got those 3 big bunkers that are looking at you from the fairway.
But if you miss that tee shot, then obviously it turns. You're just trying to scramble for a 4.
The green is pretty narrow, which makes it challenging. It kind of slopes right to left, so you got to hit 2 really quality shots. So you got to look for birdie there.
It's just a relentless golf course, and it starts with the first hole.
Ken, this first hole, when Tom Fazio came back and redesigned it, the combination of the old first and the old second, just kind of pushing this green to where the par 3 second it used to be existed, and you just see in the last 20 years one of the most difficult starting holes in all of major championship golf. This is a brutal way to start when you're on 1 today.
And with the front left pin doesn't make it any easier. Dog leg from left to right, but it's a 60-degree dog leg. We're looking from the corner of the dog leg. You can carry over those trees on the left side of the picture, the right side of the player's plane. Have a little gander at it, have a little look. gloriously set up. Bunkers down the left, all in play. Well, the first one probably not. Then you can see how hard it doglegs. Fairway runs away. It's quite a capacious wide fairway. If you can drive down the right with this little left pin, and it's awkward to get at. I mean, your favourite spot is probably put it pin high right. If you just drift off on the left, wanders down that bank, or the little bunker shot. It's a bit delicate if you leave it down there. Cracking opening hole, but it really gets your attention. You're not under a lot of pressure off the tee. It is quite a wide fairway.
Would you be stunned if I told you it's the 7th easiest hole on the golf course so far today?
I would.
Yeah, it's the 7th easiest hole on the golf course today. There have been 9 birdies, just 13 bogeys for the players so far in this second round. But we know that these par 4s, 2 and 3, very difficult. You've got a challenging stretch at 5 and 6 as well. If you're not in control of your golf ball, the first hour of this round can be a very lonely and difficult walk.
There's no doubt about it. And I think the reason it's that low is because the pin is such a tricky spot. If you chase it, you know the chances are you're going to make a bogey. So a lot of players playing to the right say, I'm happy with a par. Sometimes you find out on the par 3 when they put the pin so tight, no one really goes for it, and everyone plays at the middle of the green, and it's just a succession of pars.
And a look at the chat. Friendly trio there on the tee, about 30 seconds away from officially being announced. And so I guess the final sort of, we got into it there a little bit, Ken, about what you need to do today. You can't press early on this golf course, but what do you need to do to get off to a great start if you're Brooks Koepka chasing today?
Well, first of all, find the first 2 fairways. You've got to find the fairways if you're going to make a score around here. If you hit it all over the place, it's going to catch you out somewhere or other.
Well, let's get to the action, shall we? Brooks Koepka on the wrong side of the number, chasing a weekend as we get underway.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 1:03 starting time. First on the tee, our 2018, 2019, and 2023 PGA champion. Please welcome from Florida, Brooks Koepka.
13th PGA start for the 3-time PGA champion, and just needs to find some of that magic that we saw 2 years ago at Oak Hill when he flipped the script on a Friday, eventually winning.